Welcome back to Potter Paradox. If you like What If Story, hit like and subscribe. Let's start.
What if the Centaurs kidnapped Harry from the Dursleys because the stars demanded it? Chapter 1, Stars of Destiny. Harry huddled under the threadbare blanket in his cupboard, trying to ignore his rumbling stomach. Uncle Vernon had sent him to bed without dinner again, something about the roses wilting even though Harry had watered them exactly as Aunt Petunia had instructed. At 5 years old, Harry Potter was used to being blamed for things he couldn't control. A distant rumble of thunder made him pull the blanket tighter. Summer storms always scared him, especially when locked in the dark cupboard under the stairs. The small space felt even more confining as another boom echoed outside. Freak storms, he heard Uncle Vernon mutter from the living room. Weatherman said clear skies all week. Harry closed his eyes, wishing for sleep to take him away from Privet Drive, even if just in his dreams. Sometimes, he had the most wonderful dreams, flying motorcycles, flashes of green light, and a woman's voice singing softly. Those dreams felt more real than his waking life of chores and punishment. As the storm grew closer, Harry noticed something odd. The thunder didn't sound quite right. It was rhythmic, almost like hoofbeats. Miles away in the Forbidden Forest, chaos erupted among the centaur herd. The alignment is undeniable, Megorian. Firenze pointed his arm toward the night sky, where Mars blazed with unusual brightness. The stars speak of catastrophe if we don't act. The centaur elder stomped his front hoof, his silver-flecked coat gleaming in the moonlight. We do not interfere with human affairs, Firenze. That has been our way for centuries. Look. Firenze traced a pattern among the stars. The child constellation intersects with death and rebirth. The human foal who survived death magic is in danger. And with him, all magical balance. Bane, a dark-coated centaur with a permanent scowl, pushed forward. Even if the stars speak truth, bringing a human child into our herd violates our most sacred traditions. The stars demand it, Firenze insisted. His palomino coat rippled with tension as he pointed again to the sky. Tonight, the child star burns between protection and peril. Tomorrow it may be too late. Murmurs spread through the gathered centaurs. Many nodded at Bane's words, but others looked uneasily at the blazing sky. A female centaur with chestnut coloring stepped forward, her expression grave. I've read the same warning, Megorian. The cosmic balance shifts dangerously. The wizard's Dark One has damaged magic itself, and the child is somehow connected to restoration. Megorian's tail flicked in agitation. After long moments, he raised his hand for silence. The stars command, and we must obey. Firenze, take 4 others. Find this human foal and bring him to us. The stars have placed his fate in our hands. Bane snorted in disgust. You'll regret this breach of our ways, Megorian. Perhaps, the elder centaur acknowledged. But I'd regret ignoring the stars' warning more. As Firenze galloped away with his chosen companions, rain began to fall, unusual for the clear night that had been predicted. Magic thickened in the air. At number 4 Privet Drive, Harry jerked awake as his cupboard door rattled. Had he imagined it? The house was silent except for the strange thunder outside, now so loud it seemed to shake the foundations. The cupboard door suddenly swung open, not violently, but with purpose. Harry blinked in confusion. He'd been locked in. How could it open on its own? Hello, he whispered, peering into the darkened hallway. Moonlight streamed through the front windows, casting long shadows. Harry cautiously stepped out, his oversized pajamas dragging on the floor. The Dursleys must be asleep, Uncle Vernon's snores rumbled from upstairs. The front door stood ajar, swaying slightly in the wind. Harry approached it warily. He'd never snuck outside at night before. Would Uncle Vernon lock him in the cupboard for a week if he caught him? But something pulled Harry forward, a feeling like the house itself was pushing him out. He stepped onto the front step, the cool summer night air raising goosebumps on his skin. The street looked different at night, the identical houses somehow more ominous under the strange stormy sky. That's when Harry saw them. At first, his 5-year-old mind couldn't process what his eyes were seeing. Men on horses? No, the men and horses were connected. Half-human, half-horse creatures stood on the Dursleys' lawn, their muscular torsos rising where a horse's neck should be. They carried bows and wore serious expressions as they scanned the neighborhood. Harry gasped, stumbling back against the door. 5 pairs of eyes instantly focused on him. "The foal," one of them said, stepping forward. His coat gleamed palomino in the moonlight. "The stars guided us true." Harry knew he should be terrified. These creatures weren't possible. Yet something about them felt right, as if they'd stepped out of the strange dreams that felt more real than his waking life. "Who are you?" Harry asked, his voice small but steady. The palomino creature approached slowly. "I am Firenze of the Forbidden Forest herd. We are centaurs, young one. And you are Harry Potter." Harry's eyes widened. "How do you know my name?" "The stars have spoken of you." Firenze knelt on his front legs, bringing his human torso closer to Harry's height. "They say you must come with us." "Come, with you?" Harry looked back at number 4. "I'm not allowed to go anywhere. Uncle Vernon will be angry." Another centaur, darker and more impatient looking, stamped a hoof. "We waste time, Firenze. Take the foal and let us return before wizards detect our presence." "Peace, Ronan. The child must choose freely." Firenze extended a hand toward Harry. "The place where you dwell now brings you pain. I see it in your eyes. Among our herd, you would learn the old ways, the true magic of stars and earth." "Magic isn't real," Harry said automatically, repeating Uncle Vernon's most frequent assertion. Firenze smiled. "Isn't it? Have you never made things happen? Things you couldn't explain?" Harry hesitated. There had been incidents, his hair growing back overnight after Aunt Petunia had sheared it off, the time he'd somehow ended up on the school roof while running from Dudley. A shout from upstairs broke the moment. "Boy! What's that noise? You'd better be in your cupboard." Fear flashed across Harry's face. Without thinking, he grabbed Firenze's outstretched hand. The centaur moved with startling speed, swinging Harry up onto his back. "Hold tight, young one." Harry barely had time to grasp Firenze's human waist before the centaurs were moving, racing down Privet Drive with supernatural speed. Behind them, Harry heard Uncle Vernon's outraged bellowing fade into the distance. "The child has magic," Firenze called to his companions as they ran. "Feel how it responds to ours." Harry didn't understand what Firenze meant, but he could feel something, a warm, tingling sensation spreading through his body as they galloped. The night air whipped through his hair, and for the first time in his young life, Harry felt a thrill of freedom. They traveled for hours, moving with impossible speed. Harry should have been exhausted, but excitement kept him alert. They passed through sleeping towns and villages, across fields and streams, always staying away from lights and main roads. As dawn approached, they entered a massive forest, the trees growing denser and more ancient the deeper they traveled. Harry had never seen trees so tall or a forest so wild. Mist curled around the centaurs' legs as they slowed their pace. "Where are we?" Harry asked, his voice hushed by the grandeur surrounding them. "The Forbidden Forest," Firenze answered. "Home. Why is it forbidden?" The dark centaur, Ronan, snorted. "Humans forbid it to themselves. They fear what they do not understand." "Am I forbidden too?" Harry asked. Firenze's voice softened. "You are different, Harry Potter. The stars have marked you." They entered a clearing where dozens of centaurs gathered. Males and females of various colors and ages stood in a loose circle, their expressions ranging from curious to hostile as they spotted Harry. Firenze lowered Harry to the ground. After hours on centaur back, Harry's legs felt wobbly as he stood before the assembled herd. A heavily built centaur with a silver-flecked coat stepped forward. "So this is the human foal the stars speak of." His voice was deep and resonant. "I am Megorian, leader of this herd." Harry, overwhelmed but determined not to show fear, made a small bow. "I'm Harry Potter, sir." Murmurs rippled through the gathered centaurs. "The one who survived the death curse," a female centaur whispered. "He is small, even for a human foal," another commented. A muscular black centaur pushed forward. "This is madness, Megorian. Humans cannot live among centaurs. Our ways are not their ways." "The stars commanded it, Bane," Megorian replied firmly. "Would you have us ignore their warning?" Bane stomped a hoof. "I would have us preserve our ways. Humans bring only destruction." "This human is a foal," Firenze countered. "He can learn our ways." "And what of the wizard folk?" asked another centaur. "They will search for their precious boy who lived." Harry looked between them in confusion. Boy who lived? Death curse? These creatures spoke as if they knew things about him that he didn't know himself. "Excuse me," he said, his voice small but clear enough to halt the argument. "I don't understand why you brought me here. What do the stars say about me?" Megorian studied Harry with ancient eyes. "The stars speak of cosmic imbalance, young one. Of magic wounded by dark deeds. They say you walk a path between worlds that may heal this wound." "But I'm not special," Harry protested. "I'm just Harry." A young female centaur with chestnut coloring moved closer, her eyes kind. "The stars rarely explain themselves fully, human foal. Their messages unfold with time." Bane snorted. "This is pointless. The human cannot stay." "He stays," Megorian declared. "The stars have demanded it, and I have decided. Firenze will be responsible for the foal's teaching." "And when the wizards come looking?" Bane challenged. "They will not find him here," Megorian answered. "Our forest keeps its secrets." As the centaurs dispersed, still murmuring among themselves, Harry stood awkwardly beside Firenze, suddenly aware of how small he was in this strange new world. Everything familiar had been left behind, the hated cupboard, yes, but also everything he'd ever known. "Are you hungry, young one?" Firenze asked. Harry nodded, realizing he hadn't eaten since lunch the previous day. "Come then. You must learn what foods the forest offers." The next few hours passed in a blur as Firenze showed Harry which berries were safe to eat, where to find sweet roots, and how to drink from cupped leaves at a small spring. The food was strange but satisfying, and Harry ate eagerly. "You will sleep here," Firenze said later, showing Harry to a small hollow beneath the spreading roots of an enormous oak tree. Inside, someone had spread soft moss and leaves into a surprisingly comfortable bed. "Rest now. Your learning begins at moonrise." Left alone, Harry curled up on the moss bed, his mind spinning with all that had happened. He should be terrified. He should be crying for the Dursleys, for the only home he'd ever known. Instead, he felt an unfamiliar sensation spreading through his chest, hope. As Harry drifted toward sleep, he heard soft hoofbeats approaching his hollow. Opening his eyes, he saw the young female centaur who had spoken kindly earlier. "You are afraid," she said, not a question but an observation. Harry sat up. "A little. Everything so different." She nodded, her chestnut flanks gleaming in the dappled light. "I am Astra. My mother reads portents in water as others read stars. She says your coming may change us all." "I don't know how to change anything," Harry admitted. Astra smiled. "None of us know our path until we walk it." She reached into a pouch at her waist and pulled out a small object. "Here. A welcome gift." She handed Harry a smooth stone with a natural hole through its center. "Look through it when you feel lost." Sometimes new perspectives reveal hidden paths. Before Harry could thank her, Astra trotted away, leaving him clutching the stone and wondering what strange new life awaited him among the centaurs. At Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry, Albus Dumbledore sat bolt upright in his office chair, disturbed from his late-night reading by the sudden wail of a silver instrument on his shelf. He moved with surprising speed for an elderly man, reaching the device just as it stopped its alarm and collapsed in on itself with a puff of purple smoke. "No," Dumbledore whispered, his face paling beneath his silver beard. "It cannot be." He hurried to the fireplace, threw in a handful of green powder, and called, "Arabella Fig." Moments later, the confused face of an elderly woman appeared in the flames. "Headmaster. It's the middle of the night. Arabella, I need you to check on Harry Potter immediately. The monitoring charm has failed." Her expression shifted from confusion to alarm. "I'll go right now." While waiting for her return, Dumbledore paced his office, his usual serene demeanor shattered. The portraits of former headmasters watched in concern but knew better than to interrupt his thoughts. When Arabella's face reappeared in the fireplace 20 minutes later, Dumbledore knew from her expression before she spoke. "The Dursleys are in an uproar, Albus. The boy is gone. Vernon Dursley is ranting about freaks breaking into his house and stealing the boy. The police are there already." Dumbledore closed his eyes briefly. "Did anyone see anything?" "Mrs. Next door claims she saw shadows moving across the lawn but thought it was the storm playing tricks. No one saw who took him." "Thank you, Arabella. Please keep me informed of anything you learn." As the connection ended, Dumbledore sank heavily into his chair. The blood protection he'd so carefully constructed around Harry Potter had failed. The boy who had survived the killing curse, the child prophesied to vanquish Voldemort, was gone. "Fawkes," he addressed the phoenix perched nearby. "I fear I've made a terrible mistake." The bird trilled softly, a sound both comforting and melancholy. Dumbledore pulled parchment toward him and began writing urgent messages. The Order of the Phoenix would need to be partially reassembled. The Ministry would have to be notified, though carefully. Panic would serve no one. Most worrying of all, Dumbledore had no idea who had taken Harry or why. Could Voldemort's remaining followers have found a way past the protections? The thought chilled him to the bone. Harry woke to the strange sensation of sunlight on his face. In his cupboard at Privet Drive, no sunlight ever reached him. For a moment, he thought he was dreaming, until he felt the moss beneath him and remembered. Centaurs. Magic. The Forbidden Forest. He crawled from his root hollow to find the clearing bustling with centaur activity. Some were practicing archery at distant targets, others gathered in groups studying what looked like charts of the stars, while still others worked with plants and herbs. "You're awake." Firenze approached, carrying a rough wooden bowl filled with berries and nuts. "Eat. You'll need strength for today's lessons." Harry accepted the food gratefully. "What will you teach me?" "First, to move silently through the forest. Then, to listen to what it tells you." Firenze's blue eyes studied Harry with unexpected gentleness. "You have much to learn, but the stars say you have the capacity to understand our ways." "Why did the stars tell you to bring me here?" Harry asked between mouthfuls. "What's so special about me?" Firenze looked up at the morning sky, visible in patches through the forest canopy. "When you were but an infant, a dark wizard tried to kill you. His magic rebounded, destroying his body while leaving you marked." He gestured to Harry's forehead, where the lightning scar stood out against his skin. "A car crash," Harry said automatically. "That's what my aunt and uncle told me." Firenze snorted, a surprisingly horse-like sound. "Humans lie, even to their foals." "No, Harry Potter. You survived magic no human should survive. And in doing so, you became part of a larger pattern the stars have revealed." "What pattern?" "The Dark Wizard damaged more than lives that night. He damaged magic itself. The imbalance grows, and if not corrected, will threaten all magical beings. Firenze's expression grew serious. Centaurs do not normally involve ourselves in human affairs, but this threat touches all who share connection to magic. Harry struggled to understand. And I'm supposed to fix it? But I don't know anything about magic. Not yet, Firenze agreed. But you will learn. After breakfast, Firenze led Harry deeper into the forest, teaching him how to place his feet to minimize sound. Harry proved a quick study, his small size an advantage as he learned to move through undergrowth without disturbing it. The forest speaks many languages, Firenze explained. The movement of leaves, the patterns of moss growth, the behavior of creatures. A wise centaur listens before acting. Harry tried to absorb everything, but it was overwhelming. So much information, so many new concepts. By midday, his head was spinning. They paused in a small glade where sunlight streamed through the canopy. Firenze instructed Harry to sit and close his eyes. "What do you feel?" the centaur asked. Harry concentrated. "The breeze. The sun on my face." "Deeper," Firenze urged. "Reach with your inner senses." Harry frowned, trying to understand what Firenze meant. As he sat in silence, something strange happened. He began to feel a humming. A vibration that wasn't quite sound or sensation but somehow both. "There's something." Harry struggled to describe it. "Like music without sound?" Firenze's eyes widened slightly. "You feel the forest's magic already. Most foals take months to become sensitive to it." Harry opened his eyes. "Is that good?" "It confirms what the stars suggested. You have unusual sensitivity to magic." Firenze looked thoughtful. "Perhaps because of what happened to you as an infant." As they continued their lessons, Harry noticed a dark shape following them at a distance. "Bane is watching us," he whispered to Firenze. The Palomino centaur nodded. "He doubts the wisdom of bringing you here." Many in the herd share his concern. "Will they make me leave?" "No. Magorian's decision is final. But earning their acceptance will take time and effort on your part." When they returned to the clearing that evening, Harry was exhausted but exhilarated. Everything he was learning felt right somehow, as if he'd found a piece of himself he hadn't known was missing. The young female centaur, Astra, approached as Harry sat beside Firenze at the communal evening meal. "May I join you?" she asked. Firenze nodded, and she settled beside them, folding her legs gracefully beneath her. "Did you find your first lesson illuminating, Harry Potter?" she asked. Harry nodded eagerly. "Firenze showed me how to feel the forest's magic." Astra looked surprised. "Already? That's unusual." "The human foal has natural sensitivity," Firenze explained. "It will serve him well in future teachings." "Perhaps tomorrow you might show him the speaking pools," Astra suggested. "My mother says the water spirits have been unusually active since his arrival." Firenze considered this. A good suggestion. Water magic often resonates with young ones. Harry listened to their discussion with growing curiosity. "There are water spirits in the forest?" Astra smiled. "The forest is home to many beings humans rarely glimpse. Some friendly, some not. You must learn to distinguish between them." "Like centaurs?" Harry asked innocently. "Are you friendly or not friendly?" Astra laughed, a musical sound that drew glances from other centaurs. "We are neither inherently friendly nor unfriendly to humans, Harry Potter. We are simply centaurs. We follow our ways and the guidance of the stars. Some are less pleased with human company than others," Firenze added with a meaningful glance toward where Bane stood with a group of like-minded centaurs, all watching Harry with undisguised suspicion. That night, as Harry settled into his root hollow, he heard raised voices from the clearing. Curiosity overcoming fatigue, he crept to the edge of his shelter to listen. "The human child cannot stay indefinitely," Bane was saying. His kind will look for him. The forest will shield him, Megorian replied. And we have seen what the stars foretell if he returns to the human world too soon. He is already showing unusual aptitude, Firenze added. His magic responds to the forest. All the more reason to be cautious, another centaur warned. Human magic is volatile, unpredictable. He is young enough to learn control through our methods, Firenze argued. The stars brought him to us for this purpose. The debate continued, but Harry retreated back into his hollow, mulling over what he'd heard. They spoke of him as someone important, someone with power. It contradicted everything the Dursleys had drilled into him, that he was worthless, a burden, a freak. Maybe the Dursleys had been wrong about everything. Maybe there was more to Harry Potter than he'd ever been allowed to believe. With this hopeful thought, Harry drifted into sleep, dreaming of stars that spoke and forests that sang with magic. In the days that followed, Harry's education intensified. Firenze taught him to identify plants with magical properties, to read weather patterns, and to move through the forest as silently as the centaurs themselves. Astra showed him the speaking pools, small, mirror-like ponds where water spirits sometimes showed visions to those they favored. Other centaurs gradually joined in his teaching. An elderly female named Sage instructed him in healing herbs and poultices. A muscular centaur called Orion demonstrated how to craft simple tools from forest materials. Only Bane and his closest followers kept their distance, watching Harry's progress with skeptical eyes. A week after his arrival, something unexpected happened. Harry was practicing what Firenze called magic sensing, sitting silently and extending his awareness to feel the natural magic around him, when a rabbit hopped into the clearing, injured and frightened. Without thinking, Harry reached out toward it, wishing he could help the small creature. To his astonishment, a warm tingling flowed down his arm, and the rabbit's bleeding paw healed before his eyes. The animal twitched its newly mended foot, then hopped away as if nothing had happened. Firenze! Harry called excitedly. Did you see that? The centaur had indeed been watching, his expression unreadable. Your magic manifests already, without training. Interesting. Is that normal? Harry asked. For centaur foals, no. We learn to channel the forest's magic through years of study. Firenze knelt to examine the ground where the rabbit had been. Human magic works differently, more direct, less connected to natural forces. Yet yours just flowed with the forest's energy, not against it. Word of Harry's feat spread quickly through the herd. That evening, Megorian himself came to observe Harry's lesson. Show me what happened, the herd leader commanded. Harry tried to explain. I just wanted to help the rabbit. I felt something warm move through me, and then its paw was better. Megorian exchanged glances with Firenze. Try again. Focus on this. He placed a wilted flower before Harry. Harry concentrated, trying to recapture the feeling from earlier. At first, nothing happened. Then, remembering how he'd felt connected to the forest's magic, he closed his eyes and reached for that humming energy he'd been learning to sense. There, the forest's song vibrated around him. Harry directed it toward the flower, willing it to regain strength. When he opened his eyes, the flower stood tall and vibrant, its color restored. Murmurs spread through the watching centaurs. He channels forest magic like one of our own, Sage marveled. Impossible, Bane countered. He is human. Yet we all witnessed it, Megorian said. The stars chose well. This foal has unusual gifts. Harry, overwhelmed by the attention, looked to Firenze for guidance. What you've done is extraordinary, the Palomino centaur explained. Humans typically require wands to focus their magic. They command rather than commune with natural forces. Is that bad? Harry asked. It is merely different, Megorian answered. But your ability to work with forest magic rather than imposing your will upon it may prove crucial to the task the stars have foreseen. That night, Harry couldn't sleep. His mind raced with questions. Who was he really? Why did a dark wizard try to kill him as a baby? What did the stars expect him to do? He crept from his hollow and looked up at the night sky, brilliant with stars far brighter than he'd ever seen in suburban Surrey. Did answers really lie written in that cosmic tapestry? Can't sleep, a gentle voice asked. Harry turned to find Astra approaching, her chestnut coat nearly invisible in the darkness. Too many questions, Harry admitted. Astra nodded in understanding. The first moon among the herd is always the hardest for foals. Too much new knowledge to process. I'm not really a foal though, am I? Harry said. I'm human. Bane keeps reminding everyone. Astra considered this. You are what you are, Harry Potter. Neither fully of the human world nor of ours. Perhaps that is your strength. She pointed upward. See that constellation? We call it the crossroads. It represents choices that bridge worlds. Harry stared up at the pattern of stars. Is that what the stars say about me? That I'm a bridge? The stars rarely speak directly. They show patterns, possibilities. Astra smiled. But yes, many in the herd believe you may one day connect worlds that have grown too separate. I'd like that, Harry said softly. To belong somewhere. To have a purpose. Astra's expression softened. You do belong, Harry Potter. Already the forest accepts you as few humans have ever been accepted. As if to emphasize her words, a gentle breeze rustled through the clearing, carrying the sweet scent of night-blooming flowers. Harry felt that now familiar hum of magic around him, welcoming and protective. For the first time since arriving, Harry felt truly at peace. Whatever challenges lay ahead, whatever the stars had planned for him, at least he was no longer alone and unwanted. Unbeknownst to Harry, forces were already moving in the wizarding world, setting events in motion that would eventually threaten his new sanctuary. At the Ministry of Magic, Dolores Umbridge sat at her neat desk, reviewing the latest report on the missing boy who lived. The official investigation had yielded nothing, no magical signatures detected at Privet Drive, no ransom demands, no sightings. Creatures, she muttered to herself, making a note in her precise handwriting. Must have been magical creatures. Her colleague, looking over her shoulder, frowned. There's no evidence of that, Dolores. What else could circumvent Dumbledore's protections, she countered. Those disgusting half-breeds in the Forbidden Forest have always been too close to Hogwarts. I wouldn't put it past centaurs to steal a wizard child. That's quite a leap, her colleague protested. Centaurs keep to themselves. Umbridge's smile didn't reach her eyes. For now. But I've been saying for years that the Ministry is too soft on magical creatures. Perhaps this tragedy will finally open some eyes. She turned back to her parchment, adding another note, propose expanded authority for the Beast Division. Monitoring of centaur herds. In a mansion far from both the Ministry and the Forbidden Forest, Lucius Malfoy read the Daily Prophet with growing interest. The disappearance of Harry Potter had been front-page news for a week, with speculation growing wilder by the day. What do you think, Narcissa? He asked his wife. Could the Dark Lord's remaining followers have found the boy? Narcissa Malfoy shook her head. If they had, we would have heard whispers. This is something else. Lucius tapped his fingers thoughtfully on the newspaper. Whatever the cause, it creates opportunities. Dumbledore's credibility is damaged. The Ministry looks incompetent. And if the boy who lived never returns, then the prophecy dies with him, Narcissa finished. And the Dark Lord's path to return grows clearer. Lucius smiled thinly. Precisely. Back in the Forbidden Forest, Harry woke before dawn for his first archery lesson. Several young centaurs would be learning alongside him, including Astra. Humans lack our strength, Orion explained as he handed Harry a small bow crafted to his size. But with proper technique, even a foal can send an arrow true. Harry watched carefully as Orion demonstrated the correct stance and draw. When his turn came, Harry's first shot flew wide, disappearing into the undergrowth. Some of the young centaurs snickered, but Astra gave him an encouraging nod. Again, Orion instructed. Focus on feeling the bow as an extension of yourself. Harry tried to apply what he'd learned about sensing the forest's magic. As he nocked his second arrow, he felt for that familiar humming energy, allowing it to flow through him and into the bow. This time, when he released the string, the arrow flew straight and true, embedding itself in the outer ring of the target. Orion raised an eyebrow. Good. Very good for a first lesson. By the end of the session, Harry was hitting the target consistently, if not always near the center. The young centaurs looked at him with newfound respect. You channel magic into your archery, Astra commented as they walked back to the main clearing. I can see it flowing through your arms when you draw. Is that cheating? Harry asked worriedly. Astra laughed. No, Harry Potter. It is your natural gift asserting itself. Centaurs use our connection to stars and forest in our archery too. Our methods are simply more structured. As the days turned into weeks, Harry fell into a rhythm with the herd. Mornings were for physical skills, archery, tracking, gathering food. Afternoons focused on knowledge, herb lore, star reading, forest navigation. Evenings were for community, shared meals, stories, music. Harry soaked up everything eagerly. The centaur's way of life was hardier than what he'd known at Privet Drive, but infinitely more fulfilling. He slept better, ate better, and for the first time, felt valued for who he was rather than punished for what he wasn't. Even Bane gradually shifted from outright hostility to grudging tolerance, especially after Harry used his emerging healing abilities to help a young centaur who had been injured during training. The human foal has useful skills, Bane acknowledged reluctantly to Megorian after that incident. Though I still question the wisdom of bringing him here. 1 month after Harry's arrival, Firenze took him deeper into the forest than ever before, to a circle of standing stones hidden in a remote clearing. This is one of our most sacred places, the centaur explained. Few humans have ever seen it. The stones hummed with magic so intense Harry could almost see it shimmering in the air. What is it for? Communication with the greater forces. Here, the barriers between worlds thin. Firenze guided Harry to the center of the circle. Tonight, you will attempt your first true divination. Harry's stomach fluttered with nervous excitement. But I don't know how. Your conscious mind doesn't, but your magic will recognize the way. Firenze pointed upward. When the moon reaches that gap between the trees, we begin. As they waited, Harry asked a question that had been troubling him. Firenze, do you think my relatives are looking for me? The centaur studied him carefully. Do you wish them to find you? Harry thought about the cupboard, the hunger, the constant belittling. No. But. You wonder if they miss you, Firenze finished gently. Harry nodded, embarrassed by the vulnerability he couldn't hide. I cannot speak to their hearts, Firenze said. But I can tell you this, many others search for you. The wizard called Dumbledore has sent searchers throughout the land. The Ministry of Magic has offered rewards for information. Why? Harry asked. I'm just one boy. Firenze's expression grew serious. To them, you are the boy who lived, a symbol of victory over darkness. To us, you are what the stars have foretold, a child of two worlds who may restore balance. Before Harry could ask more questions, the moon reached the appointed position. Firenze instructed him to sit cross-legged in the center of the stone circle and focus on the largest stone, which gleamed with a bluish light. Open your mind to what it shows you, Firenze said, stepping back. Harry stared at the stone until his vision blurred. The humming magic grew louder in his ears, and suddenly images flashed before him, a castle silhouetted against a stormy sky, a forest burning, a pale snake-like face emerging from darkness, and strangest of all, himself standing between centaurs and humans, hands outstretched toward both. The vision ended as abruptly as it had begun, leaving Harry gasping. "What did you see?" Firenze asked intently. Harry described the images, watching the centaur's expression grow increasingly troubled. "The castle is Hogwarts, School of Wizardry," Firenze explained. "The burning forest, a warning, perhaps." "The face." He hesitated. "Who was it?" Harry pressed. "If I am correct, the dark wizard who tried to kill you." "Voldemort." Firenze rarely used the name, and it seemed to pain him to speak it. "The stars have warned he is not truly gone, merely diminished." "And the last part?" "Me standing between centaurs and humans." Firenze nodded slowly. "That confirms what many in the herd have suspected. You will one day serve as a bridge between our worlds. But such bridges often bear heavy burdens." As they made their way back to the herd, Harry's mind whirled with this new information. The visions felt important, prophetic, yet he couldn't fully understand their meaning. "Should I tell the others what I saw?" he asked. "Magorian should know," Firenze agreed. "But divination is personal. You need not share all details with the entire herd." When they returned, Harry found the clearing in an unusual state of agitation. Centaurs gathered in tight groups, speaking in hushed tones. "What's happened?" Firenze asked a passing centaur. "A wizard entered the forest's edge," came the reply. "The massive one who tends the grounds of the castle. He called the human foal's name." Harry's heart leapt. "Hogwarts? Someone from Hogwarts was looking for me?" Magorian approached, his expression grave. "Where have you been, Firenze? Your absence was noted at a critical time." "Teaching the full divination at the ancient circle," Firenze replied. "Did this human penetrate far into our territory?" "No. Bane's group warned him away." Magorian looked down at Harry. "He seemed concerned for your welfare, young one. Called you by name. Was he sent by Dumbledore?" Firenze asked. Magorian nodded. "Almost certainly. This is troubling. If they suspect we harbor the boy." "I could talk to him," Harry suggested. "Tell him I'm okay, that I want to stay here." The centaurs exchanged glances. Unwise, Magorian decided. Humans would not understand our reading of the stars. They would see only a child taken from his kind. "But the Dursleys weren't kind to me," Harry protested. "They locked me in a cupboard and barely fed me." Magorian's eyes narrowed. "Is this true, Firenze? The foal was mistreated by his own herd?" "I saw evidence of neglect when we retrieved him," Firenze confirmed. "Undersized, poorly clothed, fearful of adult humans." The herd leader's tail swished in agitation. "This complicates matters. By centaur law, any foal mistreated by its birth herd may seek adoption into another." "But I'm not a centaur," Harry pointed out. "No," Magorian agreed. "But the stars guided us to you, and that supersedes ordinary considerations." That evening, as Harry helped gather firewood with some of the younger centaurs, Astra approached with excitement in her eyes. "Harry Potter. Did you hear? Magorian has called a naming ceremony for you." Harry set down his bundle of sticks. "A what?" "A naming ceremony," she repeated. "It's how foals are formally recognized as members of the herd. You'll receive your star name." Harry's eyes widened. "But I already have a name." "Your human name, yes. But now you'll have a centaur name too, one that reflects what the stars showed at your birth." Astra practically danced in place. "This is a great honor. Magorian must truly believe the stars' message about you." That night, under a sky brilliant with stars, the entire herd gathered for the ceremony. Harry stood beside Firenze, nervous but excited as Magorian called for silence. "The stars guide our paths," the herd leader intoned, his voice carrying through the clearing. "They spoke of this human foal before his arrival, and they continue to speak of his importance to the coming balance. Murmurs of agreement rippled through the gathered centaurs. Tonight, we acknowledge what the stars have decreed. This foal, though human-born, walks the centaur path by will of the heavens. Megorian gestured for Harry to step forward. By ancient right, I name you Stellantis, Star Walker. May you find your place between worlds as the stars have foretold. Harry felt something shift inside him as the name was pronounced, a sense of belonging he'd never experienced before. Thank you, he whispered. Megorian pressed a hand to Harry's forehead, directly over his lightning scar. You are now of the herd, Stellantis. Your joys are our joys, your sorrows our sorrows. As if in response to the ceremony, a shooting star blazed across the sky, drawing gasps from the assembled centaurs. The stars acknowledged the naming. Sage declared. Even Bane looked impressed despite himself. Harry, now also Stellantis, felt tears prick his eyes. After 5 years of being unwanted, unloved, he finally had a family. Whatever challenges lay ahead, whatever his strange visions foretold, he wasn't facing them alone anymore. As summer gave way to autumn, Harry's life with the centaurs grew ever more natural. His magic developed in ways no wizard child's had before, shaped by centaur teachings rather than wand-waving. He learned to heal minor injuries, to sense danger before it appeared, to speak with certain forest creatures, and to read basic patterns in the stars. His physical abilities grew too. Though still small for his age, the result of years of Dursley neglect, Harry became wiry and strong, able to keep pace with young centaurs during forest runs and increasingly accurate with his bow. Most importantly, he found friendship. Astra became his closest companion, teaching him centaur games and songs. Several of the younger centaurs accepted him as one of their own, especially after he received his star name. Even some of the adults who had initially sided with Bane began to acknowledge that perhaps the stars had been right after all. Only Bane himself remained skeptical, though even he had moved from outright hostility to grudging acknowledgement of Harry's progress. 6 months after Harry's arrival in the forest, as winter settled over the land, Firenze took him aside after a particularly successful archery session. You have adapted well, Stellantis, the centaur said, using Harry's star name as most of the herd now did. Better than any could have predicted. Harry beamed at the praise. The forest feels like home now. Firenze nodded thoughtfully. Yet you must remember you walk between worlds. The time may come when you must reconnect with the human world of magic. Harry's smile faded. Why? I'm happy here. The stars speak of your destiny, young one. It extends beyond our forest. Firenze looked up at the afternoon sky, where the first stars were becoming visible. And there are practical considerations. Your human magic, while developing uniquely under our guidance, would benefit from certain knowledge only wizards can teach. You mean Hogwarts, Harry said, remembering the castle from his vision. Eventually, perhaps. Firenze placed a hand on Harry's shoulder. But that decision lies some years ahead. For now, continue your learning here. As they returned to the clearing, they found it in an uproar. Centaurs galloped in from the forest's edge, shouting warnings. Humans. Armed humans entering the forest. Megorian reared up, calling for order. How many? Where? At least 20, a breathless centaur reported. Ministry insignia. They carry wands and silver chains. Harry felt his blood run cold. Silver chains, he'd learned from heard stories that silver bound centaur magic. They hunt us, Bane declared, his face dark with anger. Not hunt, corrected the messenger. They search. They speak of a missing boy. All eyes turned to Harry. The ministry seeks you, Stellantis, Megorian said grimly. After all these months. Why now? Harry asked, fear churning in his stomach. Politics, Firenze said bitterly. The ministry has long sought excuses to control magical beings. Your disappearance provides one. What do we do? Harry looked around at the centaurs who had become his family. Megorian stamped a hoof decisively. We protect our own. Firenze, take Stellantis to the deep caves. Bane, gather our warriors. We will discourage these humans from venturing further. No fighting, Firenze cautioned. The ministry would use any aggression to justify worse actions against the herd. Bane snorted in frustration but nodded his agreement. As Firenze led Harry away, Astra galloped up to them, her young face worried. Be careful, Stellantis. The caves can be confusing. Come with us, Harry urged her. She shook her head. I must help prepare the young ones. Go now, quickly. Harry followed Firenze deeper into the forest than he'd ever been, to where ancient trees gave way to rocky outcroppings. They slipped into a narrow cave entrance just as shouts echoed in the distance. The ministry has entered our territory, Firenze whispered. Something unprecedented in generations. Inside the cave, darkness enveloped them. Harry reached for the forest magic he'd grown accustomed to, but here it felt different, older, deeper, more primal. Can you feel your way? Firenze asked. Harry nodded, then realized Firenze couldn't see him. Yes. The magic feels strange, but I can follow it. Good. These caves connect throughout the forest's heart. We can emerge far from the search party if needed. They moved cautiously through the winding passages. Harry's developed senses guided him around obstacles he couldn't see, the cave's ancient magic whispering directions he somehow understood. After what felt like hours, they reached a larger chamber where a small opening in the ceiling admitted moonlight. They paused to rest. Why would the ministry come now? Harry asked. It's been months since I left the Dursleys. Firenze sighed. I can only speculate. Perhaps new evidence was discovered. Perhaps someone glimpsed you during our forest forays. He hesitated. Or perhaps someone in power seeks to use your disappearance for their own ends. Like who? There are those in the wizarding government who despise centaurs and all magical beings they consider beneath them. Your disappearance would provide convenient justification for actions against us. Harry's hands clenched into fists. That's not fair. You rescued me, you didn't kidnap me. The distinction would matter little to those already predisposed against us. Firenze tilted his head, listening. We should move. The night grows late. They continued through the caves, eventually emerging in a remote part of the forest Harry had never seen before. Ancient trees, their trunks wider than Hagrid was tall, created a canopy so dense the ground lay in perpetual twilight. The old grove, Firenze explained in hushed tones. The heart of the forest's power. Few centaurs come here, and no humans in living memory. The magic was overwhelming, so thick Harry could almost see it shimmering in the air. The trees themselves seemed to pulse with it. We'll be safe here until the ministry searchers leave, Firenze said. The forest itself will mislead them. Harry reached out to touch one of the massive trunks, gasping as images flooded his mind, centuries of forest life, creatures long extinct, ancient rituals performed by centaurs and other beings he didn't recognize. The trees remember, he whispered in awe. Firenze looked at him sharply. You can sense their memories? Truly. Harry nodded, his hand still pressed against the bark. So many, it's overwhelming. Even among centaurs, few can communicate with the old grove. Firenze studied Harry with new interest. Your magic develops in ways I had not anticipated. They made camp beneath the ancient trees, Firenze showing Harry how to create a small shelter from fallen branches. As they settled into wait, Harry's thoughts turned to the centaurs facing the ministry searchers. Will they be okay? Astra and the others? Megorian is wise, Firenze assured him. He will neither provoke conflict nor allow the herd to be intimidated. Harry hugged his knees to his chest. It's my fault they're in danger. No, young one. The stars set this path in motion long before you joined us. The conflict between centaurs and wizard kind has existed for centuries. Firenze's blue eyes reflected the dim light filtering through the trees. Perhaps that is why the stars guided us to you, to help bridge that ancient divide. They remained in the old grove for 3 days, subsisting on berries and roots Firenze showed Harry how to find. Each night, Harry practiced the star-reading techniques he'd been taught, searching for guidance. On the 3rd night, he saw a pattern that made him gasp. Firenze. The hunter's arrow points directly at the healer's hand. The centaur moved quickly to Harry's side, looking up through a gap in the canopy. You're right. An unusual alignment. What does it mean? Conflict and healing intertwined. Firenze's expression grew concerned. The stars suggest a confrontation approaches, but also an opportunity for understanding. As if summoned by his words, they heard hoofbeats approaching through the ancient trees. Both tensed, but then Harry recognized the rhythm. It's Astra, he exclaimed as the young centaur came into view, breathing hard from her run. Stellantis. Firenze. You must return quickly, she gasped. The Ministry humans have gone, but they've left behind, someone. Someone? Firenze asked sharply. Who? A massive human with a wild beard. He sits at the forest edge and refuses to leave. He says he only wants to see that Harry Potter is safe. Harry's eyes widened. Hagrid? It must be Hagrid, the groundskeeper from Hogwarts. Firenze and Astra exchanged glances. Do you know this human? Firenze asked. Not really, Harry admitted. But Megorian said he called for me by name before. And? He hesitated. Sometimes I have dreams of a big man with a kind voice. Firenze considered this. The hunter's arrow and healer's hand. Perhaps this is the confrontation and opportunity the stars foretold. Megorian wants your counsel, Astra told Firenze. And? She looked at Harry. He says the decision must ultimately be Stellantis's. They made the journey back to the herd's territory swiftly, arriving as dusk fell. The clearing buzzed with tension as Megorian briefed them. This human, Hagrid, refuses ministry orders to leave. He claims he only wishes to confirm your well-being. The herd leader's tail swished in agitation. He sits alone at the boundary stones. No wand, no weapons. What happened with the ministry search party? Firenze asked. They found nothing, Bane said with satisfaction. The forest protected its own. Harry took a deep breath. I want to talk to him. The centaurs fell silent, all eyes on him. Are you certain, Stellantis? Megorian asked gravely. Once you reveal yourself to any human, others may follow. If he's from Hogwarts, maybe he can explain why the ministry searched for me now, after all these months, Harry reasoned. And I can tell him I'm happy here. That I chose to stay. After much discussion, a plan was formed. Harry would meet Hagrid at the boundary stones, but with Firenze, Bane, and Megorian nearby. At the first sign of treachery, they would bring Harry back to safety. As they approached the forest boundary, Harry felt his heart pounding. This would be his first contact with the human world since leaving Privet Drive 6 months ago. And there, sitting on a fallen log, was the largest man Harry had ever seen. Wild hair and beard framed a face that somehow seemed both fierce and gentle. When he spotted their approach, the giant man stood, hope written clearly on his face. Harry? Is that really ya? Harry stepped forward, Firenze close behind him. I'm Harry Potter. Are you Hagrid? The big man's eyes filled with tears. Look at ya. Alive and well. When Dumbledore said yet vanished from them terrible Dursleys, I feared the worst. Harry studied Hagrid cautiously. Did Dumbledore send you to take me back? Back? Hagrid looked confused. Well, he just wanted to know we're safe, see. Been searching 4 months, we have. I am safe, Harry said firmly. The centaurs saved me from the Dursleys. They're my family now. Hagrid's bushy eyebrows rose nearly to his hairline. Family? But centaurs don't usually. The stars commanded it, Firenze stated, stepping forward. The boy belongs with us until he comes of age to attend your school. You're Firenze, ain't ya? Hagrid said, recognition dawning. I've seen ye near me hut sometimes. The centaur nodded. We have observed you for many years, groundskeeper. You show unusual respect for forest creatures. This seemed to please Hagrid enormously. Always said centaurs were misunderstood, I have. Noble creatures. He looked back at Harry, his expression softening. Look healthy, Harry. Happier than I'd have expected after all you've been through. I am happy, Harry confirmed. I've learned so much here, about magic, about the forest, about myself. The centaurs have been kind to me, Hagrid. Kinder than the Dursleys ever were. Hagrid's face darkened. Them Dursleys. Never should have left with M. Told Dumbledore they were the worst sort muggles. Then you understand why I want to stay here. The big man looked torn. I understand, but, it's complicated, Harry. You're famous in our world. The boy who lived. There's them what would use your disappearance for their own purposes. Like the Ministry search party? Firenze asked sharply. Hagrid nodded grimly. That Umbridge woman's been pushin' for it for months. Finally got authorization when she convinced enough people that dangerous half-breeds must have taken ya. Harry felt anger rising in him. The centaurs aren't dangerous. They rescued me. I believe Hagrid assured him. But there's them what hate anything, that's different. They'd use any excuse to move against the centaurs. Megorian stepped forward, his expression stern. This human speaks truth. We have felt the Ministry's growing hostility for years. What will you tell Dumbledore? Harry asked Hagrid. The giant man scratched his wild beard thoughtfully. The truth, I suppose. That you're alive and well, livin' with the centaurs of your own free will. His eyes twinkled. Might leave out exactly where in the forest are, though. And the Ministry? Firenze pressed. Dumbledore can handle them, Hagrid said with more confidence than he perhaps felt. Important thing is Harry's safe. As their conversation continued, an understanding gradually formed. Hagrid would report to Dumbledore that Harry was safe with allies who wished to remain anonymous. This would satisfy the headmaster's concern for Harry's well-being while protecting the centaur's privacy. The Ministry would be told simply that Harry had been located and was receiving appropriate magical education in preparation for eventually attending Hogwarts. Will at least consider comin' to Hogwarts when you're 11? Hagrid asked Harry as their meeting concluded. It's where your parents learned magic, know. Harry looked to Firenze, who nodded encouragingly. I'll consider it, Harry promised. But my home is with the herd now. Hagrid accepted this with surprising grace. You've got time yet to decide. Just know there's those of us at Hogwarts who'll welcome whenever choose to come. As they parted ways, Harry felt a weight lift from his shoulders. The human world now had confirmation he was safe, which might reduce the pressure on the centaurs. And in Hagrid, they'd found an unexpected ally, someone who might help bridge the growing divide between their worlds. That night, as Harry recounted the meeting to an eagerly listening Astra, she asked the question that had been forming in his own mind. Will you go to Hogwarts when the time comes, Stellantis? Harry looked up at the stars, seeking guidance as he'd been taught. I don't know yet. But whatever I decide, the herd will always be my family. Astra smiled, nudging his shoulder with her own. And you will always be our Stellantis, even if you walk in the human world for a time. High above, the stars continued their ancient dance, mapping out destinies still unfolding. Harry Potter, now also Stellantis of the Centaur herd, had taken his first steps on the path the stars had foreseen, a bridge between worlds that had grown too separate for too long. In the Ministry of Magic, Dolores Umbridge received the news of Harry Potter's discovered whereabouts with thinly veiled frustration. Appropriate magical education, she repeated, her girlish voice at odds with the coldness in her eyes. What does that mean? Where exactly is the boy? The messenger shifted uncomfortably. Dumbledore wouldn't specify. Just said Potter is safe and will attend Hogwarts when he turns 11. Umbridge's pudgy fingers drummed on her desk. This isn't over, she murmured after dismissing the messenger. Not by any means. She pulled a piece of pink parchment toward her and began writing. If Dumbledore wouldn't reveal Potter's location, she would need to take more direct measures. The centaurs of the Forbidden Forest had been a thorn in the Ministry's side for too long. Perhaps it was time for new legislation regarding magical creatures and their territories. Umbridge smiled as she wrote, imagining a future where beasts knew their proper place, well away from wizards and definitely not raising the famous boy who lived. The game was just beginning. Chapter 2, Forest Teachings. The arrow flew straight and true, hitting the center of the target with a satisfying thunk. Harry grinned, lowering his bow as Firenze nodded in approval. Your aim has improved greatly, Stellantis, the Palomino centaur said, using Harry's star name as most of the herd now did. 3 years of practice shows in your form. Harry, now 8 years old, beamed at the praise. He'd grown taller and stronger during his time with the centaurs, his once skinny frame now wiry with muscle, his movements confident and sure. The frightened 5-year-old from Privet Drive had vanished, replaced by a child of the forest. Thanks. Watch this one, Harry said, knocking another arrow. He closed his eyes briefly, connecting to the forest magic that now flowed through him as naturally as blood. When he released the string, the arrow not only hit the bullseye but split his previous arrow down the middle. Astra cantered up beside them, her chestnut coat gleaming in the morning sunlight. At 9, she'd grown taller than Harry, though she remained one of the youngest in the herd. Show off, she teased, but her eyes shone with pride for her friend. Harry shrugged with a grin. Just practicing what you taught me about focusing intent. Come, Firenze said, gathering their training equipment. Megorian has called a council meeting. The stars revealed troubling patterns last night. Harry and Astra exchanged glances. Council meetings were serious affairs, rarely including the younger members of the herd. That they were being summoned suggested something significant. As they walked back to the main clearing, Harry took in the familiar sights of the forest he now called home. 3 years had passed since the centaurs had taken him from Privet Drive, 3 years of learning forest lore, centaur magic, and finding a place where he truly belonged. After his meeting with Hagrid 2 years ago, life had settled into a comfortable rhythm. Dumbledore had apparently kept his word about respecting Harry's choice to remain with the centaurs, and the Ministry had stopped actively searching for him. Occasionally, Harry spotted Hagrid at the forest's edge, leaving offerings of food or supplies, a silent support that the herd grudgingly accepted. The main clearing buzzed with activity as they arrived. Nearly the entire herd had gathered, faces serious as they formed a circle around Megorian. Harry noticed even the youngest foals were present, unusual for a council. The stars spoke clearly last night, Megorian began without preamble once everyone had assembled. The ancient boundaries will be tested. Those who would control what they fear move against us. Murmurs rippled through the gathered centaurs. Harry stepped closer to Firenze, sensing the tension. What does it mean? He whispered. Firenze's expression was grim. Ministry encroachment. They've been marking new boundaries at the forest edge for months. Megorian believes they intend to restrict our territory. Can they do that? Harry asked, alarmed. They will try, Firenze replied. Humans have always feared what they cannot control. I'm human, Harry pointed out, a hint of defensiveness in his voice. Firenze rested a hand on his shoulder. You are Stellantis of our herd, who happens to have been born human. There is a difference. Megorian continued, pointing to the sky though it was daylight. Mars grows brighter each night. Conflict approaches. We must prepare. Bane, now one of Megorian's chief advisors despite his continued wariness of Harry, stepped forward. We should strengthen our wards. Double the boundary patrols. Agreed, Megorian said. And we must ensure our knowledge is preserved. Beginning today, all foals will receive advanced teachings. Excited whispers erupted among the younger centaurs. Advanced teachings usually didn't begin until they were at least 12. Stellantis, Megorian called, causing Harry to straighten. Your unique magic may prove crucial in the days ahead. Firenze will accelerate your training. Harry nodded solemnly, feeling the weight of responsibility. I won't let the herd down. As the council dispersed, Astra bumped Harry's shoulder with her own. Advanced teachings. Finally, we learn the good stuff. Harry smiled, but his mind remained on Megorian's warning. What do you think the Ministry wants with the forest? Control, Astra said simply. My mother says humans grow uncomfortable when magic exists beyond their understanding. Not all humans, Harry corrected. No, she agreed, her expression softening. Not all. Their friendship had deepened over the years, evolving from cautious curiosity to unshakable trust. Astra had become Harry's closest companion, teaching him centaur games and songs while he shared stories from his brief time in the human world. Come on, she said, tugging at his sleeve. If we're starting advanced teachings, we should gather fresh elderberries for the memory-strengthening potion. Race you to the South Grove. She took off before Harry could respond, her tail swishing behind her. Harry laughed and sprinted after her, moving with the silent speed he'd perfected over years of forest training. Their lives continued this way for several weeks, intensified training balanced with moments of youthful play. Harry's days filled with advanced archery, deeper forest magic, and complex star-reading lessons. Firenze pushed him harder than ever before, often working with him until the moon was high overhead. Again, Firenze instructed one evening, after Harry had spent hours trying to manipulate forest energy into a protective barrier. Focus your intent. Sweat dripped down Harry's face as he reached for the familiar hum of forest magic, drawing it toward him and shaping it with his will. This time, a shimmering dome of green-gold energy formed around him, strong enough to bend the branches Firenze tossed at it. Good, the centaur nodded. But not yet strong enough to repel wizard spells. Tomorrow we try again. Harry collapsed onto the moss-covered ground, exhausted but satisfied. Will the Ministry really attack us? Firenze looked up at the emerging stars. Not openly. But they will test our boundaries, try to assert control through laws and restrictions. He helped Harry to his feet. Which is why you must master these protective magics. They may prove necessary. One morning, as Harry practiced healing spells with Sage, the elderly female centaur who served as the herd's healer, a younger centaur galloped into the clearing, his flanks heaving with exertion. Humans at the northern boundary, he reported. Setting markers with magical signs. Megorian immediately dispatched a group to investigate, including Bane and several other warriors. Harry started to follow, but Sage held him back. Not you, Stellantis. Your presence might provoke them. But, she's right, Firenze agreed, approaching from across the clearing. If Ministry officials recognized the boy who living with centaurs, it would only strengthen their resolve to intervene. Frustrated but understanding the logic, Harry returned to his lessons. When Bane's group returned hours later, their expressions were thunderous. They've established a new boundary line, Bane reported, stamping his hoof in anger. Full of wizard markers that repel centaurs. They've claimed nearly a tenth of our territory already. Did you speak with them? Megorian asked. They refused dialogue, another centaur added. Said they were acting on ministry orders to secure dangerous areas of the Forbidden Forest for the safety of Hogwarts students. Harry felt his stomach twist with guilt. Is this because of me? Because the ministry knows I'm here somewhere? No, young one, Megorian assured him. This has been coming for many seasons. Your presence merely provided them a convenient excuse. That night, Harry couldn't sleep. He slipped from his shelter, no longer the root hollow but a small, comfortable structure he'd helped build, and wandered to the edge of the clearing. The stars blazed overhead, and he practiced reading their patterns as he'd been taught. Can't sleep? Astra asked, approaching silently. Harry shook his head. Thinking about the ministry markers. She settled beside him on the grass. My mother says they've tried this before, generations ago. The forest pushed back then. What does that mean? The Forbidden Forest is ancient magic, deeper than wizard spells. It protects its own. She pointed to a cluster of stars. See the Defender constellation. It grows brighter. Harry studied the stars, seeing the pattern she indicated. You think the forest will fight back? I think, Astra said carefully, that the forest responds to those who understand it. Like you, Stellantis. Before Harry could ask what she meant, a commotion erupted from the far side of the clearing. Centaurs galloped in from patrol, calling urgently for Megorian. Harry and Astra hurried to listen as the patrol reported. The groundskeeper, Hagrid. He saw Stellantis during our afternoon gathering session. Harry stepped forward. Hagrid saw me. What did he do? The centaur glanced at Harry. Nothing. He waved, then put his finger to his lips and walked away. But he knows you remain with us. Hagrid won't betray us, Harry said confidently. He's kept my secret for 2 years already. Megorian looked troubled nonetheless. The wizard world grows more interested in our affairs by the day. We must be vigilant. The encounter with Hagrid proved to be just the beginning. Over the next several days, centaur patrols reported increased human activity around the forest edges, Hogwarts professors gathering rare potion ingredients, ministry officials inspecting the new boundary markers, even what appeared to be Daily Prophet reporters seeking information on rumors of strange magic in the Forbidden Forest. They circle us like vultures, Bane growled during a council meeting. Waiting for an opportunity. We've done nothing to provoke them, Firenze pointed out. We keep to ourselves as we always have. Our very existence provokes them, Bane countered. That, and harboring their precious boy who lived. Harry flinched at the accusation in Bane's tone, but Megorian intervened. Stellantis is heard, by proclamation of stars and council. That matter is settled, Bane. The dark centaur subsided, but his eyes held a challenge when they met Harry's across the clearing. Despite the growing tension, Harry's training continued to advance. His control over forest magic strengthened daily, his connection to the natural world deepening in ways that sometimes surprised even Firenze. One afternoon, as Harry practiced drawing healing energy from surrounding plants without harming them, a small rabbit hopped directly into his practice area. Before Harry could react, the creature approached him without fear and pressed against his leg. Well, hello there, Harry said, kneeling to examine the animal. What's wrong? The rabbit turned, revealing a vicious thorn embedded in its flank. Without hesitation, Harry channeled gentle healing energy through his fingers, removing the thorn and sealing the wound in one fluid motion. The rabbit twitched its ears, then bounded away, stopping once to look back at Harry before disappearing into the underbrush. The forest creatures recognize you as a healer now, Firenze observed from nearby. A rare honor. Harry shrugged, embarrassed by the praise. I just helped where I could. That attitude is precisely why they trust you, Firenze replied. You work with the forest's magic, not against it. Such incidents became more common as spring turned to summer. Injured creatures sought Harry out, birds with broken wings, foxes with infected paws, even a young unicorn with a deep cut along its flank that approached Harry while he gathered herbs. Each healing strengthened his connection to the forest and his confidence in his abilities. However, not all forest encounters were peaceful. During a training exercise deep in centaur territory, Harry and Astra stumbled upon a cluster of enormous spiders, acromantulas, surrounding what appeared to be a ministry official who had wandered too far into the woods. "Help!" the man cried when he spotted them, his wand producing feeble sparks that only agitated the spiders further. "Please!" Astra immediately knocked an arrow to her bow, but Harry held up his hand. "Wait. Let me try something." He closed his eyes, reaching for the deep forest magic he'd been learning to access. When he opened them again, he extended his hands toward the acromantulas and spoke, not in human language, but in the chittering, clicking speech he somehow knew they would understand. "This human is lost," Harry communicated. "Let him pass. He means no harm to your colony." The largest spider turned multifaceted eyes toward Harry, mandibles clicking in surprise. "The forest speaker intercedes for a human. Interesting. This one trespassed near our nests." He didn't know, Harry continued in their language. "I will guide him away." After what seemed an eternity, the massive spider stepped back. "We grant this favor to the forest speaker. But warn him, our territory is not for wandering humans." The spiders retreated into the shadows, leaving the terrified ministry official trembling on the forest floor. As Harry and Astra approached, the man stared at Harry with wide eyes. You spoke to them," he gasped. "How?" Harry shrugged. "Forest magic. You're pretty far from the boundary markers. What are you doing here?" The man struggled to his feet, brushing leaves from his robes. "Magical Ecosystem Survey. Part of the new ministry initiative to catalog dangerous creatures in the forest." Astra's tail flicked in irritation. "You mean to justify taking more of our land?" The official flinched under her glare. "I'm just following orders." He peered at Harry more closely. "You're human. What are you doing with?" He gestured vaguely at Astra. "I live here," Harry said simply. "This is my home and these are my family." A human child living with centaurs. The man's bureaucratic training seemed to overcome his fear as he pulled out a notebook. "What's your name?" "This must be reported." Harry glanced at Astra, who nodded slightly. They'd been prepared for this possibility. "My name doesn't matter," Harry said. "What matters is your trespassing in centaur territory. We'll escort you back to your boundary markers, but don't return." "Now see here," the official began, but froze as Astra drew her bow again. "We're offering safe passage out," she said coolly. "I suggest you accept." They led the subdued official back toward the ministry markers, careful to take a winding route that would confuse his sense of direction. Before reaching the boundary, Harry paused. "Tell your ministry that the forest and its inhabitants aren't their property to control. We live in balance here, and we intend to maintain that balance." The man scurried across the boundary line, then turned back. "They'll want to know about you, a human boy living with centaurs. There will be questions." "There always are," Harry replied. "Goodbye." As they watched him hurry away toward the castle, Astra nudged Harry's shoulder. "He'll report what he saw." "I know," Harry sighed. "But I couldn't let the spiders eat him, no matter how annoying he was." They reported the incident to Megorian, who called an emergency council meeting. The mood in the clearing was tense as the herd leaders discussed implications. "They will come looking for the human child," Bane insisted. "We should move deeper into the forest immediately." "Running solves nothing," Forenza countered. "The ministry already encroaches on our territory. Abandoning it only encourages them." Megorian raised his hand for silence. The stars warned of this confrontation. "We cannot avoid destiny, only meet it prepared." He turned to Harry. "You spoke with the acromantulas. I didn't know you had mastered beast speech." Harry shook his head. "Neither did I. It just happened when we needed it. Your magic evolves to meet necessity, Sage observed. A rare gift. The debate continued late into the night, with the herd finally deciding to increase protective wards around their main clearing rather than relocate. Harry volunteered to help strengthen the magical barriers, his unique abilities proving effective at weaving forest magic into defensive patterns. Over the next week, Centaur scouts reported increased ministry presence at the forest boundaries. Officials took measurements, collected samples, and placed more marker stones, each one pushing slightly further into Centaur territory. Then, exactly 9 days after the spider incident, the confrontation they'd feared arrived. Harry was practicing advanced healing techniques with Sage when Ronan galloped into the clearing, his normally calm demeanor shattered. Ministry forces, he announced. At least 20 wizards, led by a woman in pink. They have silver chains and are demanding we produce the human child illegally held by the herd. Megorian immediately organized the herd's defense. Move the youngest foals to the sacred grove. Warriors, prepare to protect our boundaries. Firenze, take Stellantis to the deep caves. No, Harry said firmly, surprising the herd leader. I won't hide while the herd faces danger because of me. This isn't about you alone, Megorian countered. The ministry has sought control of our forest for generations. Then let me help defend it, Harry insisted. My magic is stronger when protecting others. You've seen it. After a moment of consideration, Megorian nodded. Very well. But stay with Firenze and behind our defensive line. As the herd prepared for confrontation, Harry gathered with Firenze, Astra, and several other younger centaurs. Anxiety churned in his stomach, but determination burned stronger. These past 3 years, the centaurs had become his family. He wouldn't let them face danger alone. Remember your protective barriers, Firenze instructed the group. Wizard spells can be deflected by focused forest magic. They moved toward the eastern boundary of Centaur territory, where scouts reported the ministry group was advancing. Through the trees, Harry caught glimpses of colorful robes and the gleam of what could only be the silver chains Ronan had mentioned. Megorian positioned his warriors in a semicircle, with Harry and the younger centaurs behind them. We will speak first, he instructed. Violence only if necessary for defense. The ministry delegation came into view, led by a short, toad-like woman dressed entirely in pink. Her wide mouth was set in a smile that didn't reach her cold eyes. Behind her, wizards in official robes gripped their wands tensely. I am Dolores Umbridge, Senior Undersecretary to the Minister of Magic, she announced in a girlish, high-pitched voice that made Harry's skin crawl. We have information that you are illegally harboring a human child in violation of Clause 73 of the Magical Being Registration Act. Megorian stepped forward, his massive form dwarfing Umbridge. We harbor no one against their will. All who dwell with our herd do so by choice and with the blessing of the stars. Umbridge's smile tightened. Magical creatures do not have the authority to determine the welfare of human children. You will produce the boy immediately. From his position behind the warriors, Harry studied the woman who had apparently led this campaign against the centaurs. Her eyes constantly scanned the group, looking for him, he realized. The boy you seek lives with us by choice, Firenze stated, moving forward to stand beside Megorian. He was rescued from mistreatment by his human relatives. A likely story, Umbridge simpered. Centaurs are classified as dangerous creatures precisely because of such interference in human affairs. She gestured to the wizards behind her. We are authorized to search your territory and retrieve the child. You will do no such thing, Bane declared, stamping a hoof. This forest has been centaur land since before your ministry existed. Harry felt tension building, saw the wizards raising their wands in response to Bane's aggression. Without thinking, he pushed forward between Megorian and Firenze. I'm Harry Potter, he announced clearly. And I wasn't kidnapped. I chose to live here. Gasps erupted from the ministry contingent. Umbridge's eyes widened, then narrowed in calculation. Mr. Potter, she said, her voice sickly sweet. How unexpected to find you personally. These creatures have clearly confused you. Come with us, and we'll return you to proper wizarding guardianship. Harry stood his ground. The centaurs are my family now. They've cared for me, taught me, protected me. I'm not going anywhere. You see. Umbridge turned to her colleagues. Exactly as I warned, the poor child has been enchanted, his mind corrupted by these beasts. We must rescue him immediately. She raised her wand, and Harry reacted instinctively. Drawing on the forest magic that had become second nature, he created a shimmering green barrier between the centaurs and the Ministry wizards. I haven't been enchanted, Harry said, his voice steady despite the effort of maintaining the shield. I've been learning true magic, the kind that works with nature instead of trying to control it. To demonstrate, he knelt and placed one hand on the forest floor. Immediately, roots broke through the soil around the Ministry group, not attacking but forming a loose circle. The forest doesn't want fighting, Harry continued. But it will protect its own. Umbridge's face contorted with rage. This is precisely why magical creatures must be regulated. Look how they've warped this child's magic. She turned to her companions. Restrain the centaurs. Use the silver chains. Several wizards moved forward, but halted when Bane and other warrior centaurs drew their bows. Don't, Harry warned the Ministry officials. Nobody needs to get hurt today. A tense standoff ensued, neither side willing to strike first. Harry maintained his shield, though the effort drained him rapidly. He felt Astra move up beside him, lending her strength to his magic through techniques they'd practiced together. Finally, an older wizard in the Ministry group stepped forward. Dolores, this situation requires more consideration. The boy appears healthy and is clearly in control of unusual magic. Perhaps we should consult with Dumbledore before proceeding. Umbridge's nostrils flared. Dumbledore has no authority over Ministry operations, Diggory. But he is responsible for the welfare of Hogwarts students, past and future, the man named Diggory replied calmly. And Mr. Potter would traditionally be enrolled there in a few years' time. Harry sensed an ally in this reasonable-sounding wizard. I haven't decided yet if I'll attend Hogwarts when I'm 11, he said. But I do plan to consider it. This seemed to catch Umbridge off guard. You would attend Hogwarts? After living with these creatures? They're called centaurs, Harry corrected firmly. And yes, I might. Firenze and Megorian have always said I should learn both forms of magic when I'm old enough. This revelation clearly disrupted Umbridge's narrative. She had clearly expected to find either a prisoner or a completely wild child, not an articulate boy discussing his educational future. We will withdraw temporarily, she finally announced, though her eyes promised this wasn't over. But the Ministry will be reviewing this entire situation. Centaurs cannot simply decide to raise human children, regardless of circumstances. The stars decided, Megorian stated with finality. We merely followed their guidance. Umbridge's lip curled in disgust, but she signaled her group to retreat. As they backed away, she fixed her gaze on Harry. We'll be watching, Mr. Potter. For your own protection. Only when the Ministry group had completely disappeared from sight did Harry release his magical shield, dropping to one knee in exhaustion. Firenze steadied him with a strong hand. You showed great courage, Stellantis, the centaur said proudly. And impressive magic, Bane added reluctantly. Few adult centaurs could maintain such a barrier for so long. Megorian's expression remained grave. They will return. This confrontation was merely the first of many. Harry nodded, accepting water from Astra. I know. But maybe we've bought some time. That night, the herd gathered for an emergency council to discuss their options. The consensus quickly formed, they needed to move deeper into the forest, away from the areas the Ministry could easily access. The old grove has protected us before, Sage suggested. Its magic runs deeper than ministry spells can penetrate. Moving the entire herd will take preparation, Megorian cautioned. And the old grove cannot support us indefinitely. What about Hogwarts? Harry asked, drawing surprised looks. Not for living, but for protection. Hagrid said Dumbledore opposed the ministry searches. Could he help? Firenze considered this. Dumbledore respects ancient magics. He has never encroached on centaur territories in all his years as headmaster. He's still human, Bane countered. And answerable to their ministry. But he has influence, Firenze argued. And reason to ensure Stellantis remains safe and well-educated, whether by us or eventually at his school. After much debate, the herd decided on a multi-part plan. They would gradually relocate deeper into the forest, moving their main settlement to a more defensible location. Meanwhile, Firenze would attempt to contact Dumbledore through Hagrid, seeking some form of protection against further ministry intrusions. The migration began the very next day. Harry helped the younger centaurs gather their belongings while the adults dismantled shelters and packed herbal supplies. His small structure was quickly taken down, the materials repurposed for the journey. Will you miss this clearing? Astra asked as they worked side by side. Harry looked around at the place that had been his home for 3 years. Yes. But home isn't really about the place, is it? It's about the family. Astra smiled, her eyes shining with approval. You sound like a true centaur, Stellantis. The herd traveled for 3 days, moving deeper into the forest than Harry had ever been. The trees grew more ancient, the magic more palpable with every mile. Strange creatures watched their passage, thestrals gliding silently overhead, bowtruckles peering from gnarled branches, even the distant howls of wolves that Firenze identified as a magical pack. The deep forest holds many wonders, he told Harry as they walked. And many dangers for the unprepared. Stay close. Their new home took shape in a secluded valley surrounded by hills and ancient oaks. A clear stream ran through its center, and the canopy overhead was so thick that sunlight reached the ground only in dappled patterns. Harry felt the magic here immediately, older and more powerful than in their previous location. The old magic runs strong in this place, Sage declared as she established her new healing area. Can you feel it, Stellantis? Harry nodded, the familiar hum of forest energy now a deep, resonant song that vibrated through his very bones. It's amazing. Like the forest is more awake here. Indeed. The older the trees, the deeper their connection to primal magic. The elderly centaur handed him a mortar and pestle. Now help me prepare these protection salves. The journey has wearied our youngest foals. Life gradually reorganized in their new location. Shelters were built, training areas established, and protective wards placed around the perimeter. Harry threw himself into these tasks, working alongside the centaurs from dawn until dusk. At night, he practiced reading the stars, which seemed brighter and more detailed viewed from their new home. 2 weeks after the relocation, Firenze returned from a solo journey to the forest edge with news. I spoke with Hagrid, he reported to Megorian. He arranged a meeting with Dumbledore himself. The herd gathered eagerly to hear the outcome. The headmaster offers sanctuary, Firenze continued. Not within the castle, but he has extended Hogwarts' protective enchantments to include this section of the forest. The ministry cannot enter without his permission while school is in session. Relief spread through the gathering, though Bane remained skeptical. What does he want in return? Humans never offer aid freely. He asks only that we consider allowing Harry Potter to attend Hogwarts when he turns 11, Firenze replied. Though the final choice would remain with Stellantis himself. All eyes turned to Harry, who shifted uncomfortably under the attention. That's still years away, he pointed out. A lot can change. Megorian nodded thoughtfully. A reasonable request, with the choice remaining with the foal. I find these terms acceptable. Not everyone agreed, but the majority recognized the practical benefits of Dumbledore's protection. With that matter settled, the herd returned to establishing their new life in the deeper forest. For Harry, the relocation brought new learning opportunities. The ancient trees held knowledge that couldn't be found in younger parts of the forest. Under Sage's guidance, he discovered plants with powerful magical properties, some thought extinct in the wizarding world. This silver-leafed fern, she explained one day, showing him a delicate plant growing in the shadow of a massive oak, has been sought by human potion makers for centuries. They believe it no longer exists, yet here it thrives, protected by the forest's deep magic. Harry gently touched the plant, feeling its magical signature. It's for healing mind wounds, he said, the knowledge somehow flowing into him from the plant itself. Memories that cause pain. Sage looked at him with surprise. Yes, exactly so. How did you know? Harry shrugged, unable to explain the connection that grew stronger each day. The plants talk to me sometimes. Not with words exactly, but with feelings. Knowledge. The elderly centaur studied him with renewed interest. The forest chooses its confidants carefully, Stellantis. This gift is rare even among centaurs who have lived here for generations. Such discoveries continued as summer progressed. Harry's magic evolved in ways that sometimes surprised even his centaur teachers. He developed the ability to sense magical creatures long before they came into view, to identify the properties of plants through touch alone, and to channel the forest's energy for increasingly complex purposes. Most remarkable was his growing ability to communicate with the forest's inhabitants. What had begun with the acromantulas expanded to include most magical creatures. Bowtruckles chattered to him about tree health, Thestrals shared aerial perspectives of the forest, and even the merpeople in a deep forest pool conversed with him in their eerie language. It's not that I speak their language exactly, Harry tried to explain to Firenze after a particularly successful conversation with a family of Jarvies. It's more like, the forest translates for me. Firenze nodded thoughtfully. Your magic has interwoven with the forest's own. It mediates between you and its other children. He looked at Harry with pride. Few wizards in history have achieved such harmony with natural magic. Most seek to bend it to their will rather than becoming part of its flow. Not all Harry's developments came easily, however. As his powers grew, so did the challenges of controlling them. One afternoon, while practicing with Astra near the stream, his attempt to heal a small fish went awry, causing the water to momentarily boil. Sorry. Harry gasped, pulling back his magic. I don't know what happened. Your power grows faster than your control, Astra observed, helping him up from where he'd fallen. Mother says that's normal for foals approaching their magical maturity. But I'm only 8, Harry pointed out. And human. My magic shouldn't mature for years. Astra shrugged. You're not exactly a typical human, Stellantis. Living with forest magic, learning centaur ways, it's changed how your magic develops. She was right, Harry realized. His magic felt nothing like the wand focus spells Firenze had described when explaining wizard magic. Instead, it flowed through him like a river, connecting rather than commanding, persuading rather than forcing. As autumn approached, bringing cooler air and changing leaves, a new development arose. Harry began experiencing dreams, vivid, powerful visions that left him gasping awake in the pre-dawn hours. Always, they featured the same elements, a castle he knew must be Hogwarts, a dark forest clearing different from any he knew, and a shadowy figure whose presence filled him with inexplicable dread. After the third such dream, he sought out Firenze. The stars speak through dreams sometimes, the centaur explained after hearing Harry's description. Especially to those sensitive to their messages. But what does it mean? Harry pressed. The figure in the shadows, it feels wrong. Like it shouldn't exist. Firenze's expression grew troubled. There are whispers among the stars, rumors carried by the wind. The dark wizard who marked you may be seeking to return. Voldemort? Harry touched his lightning scar unconsciously. But Hagrid said he was destroyed. His body, perhaps. But some darknesses run deeper. Firenze pointed to the morning sky, where a few stars remained visible. See how Mars brightens. Conflict approaches from multiple directions. The dreams continued, growing more detailed. Harry began to recognize specific locations around Hogwarts, the edge of the lake, the groundskeeper's hut, a particular corridor within the castle itself. Though he'd never set foot in the school, the visions felt like memories. Your connection to the wizarding world reasserts itself, Sage told him when he described this phenomenon. As you approach the age of their schooling, magic itself prepares you for the crossing between worlds. This explanation made sense, but didn't account for the shadowy figure that increasingly dominated his dreams, a presence that seemed to grow stronger and more malevolent with each vision. One crisp autumn morning, as Harry helped collect the last of the season's berries, a centaur scout galloped into the clearing, his expression urgent. Acromantulas flee the western forest, he reported to Megorian. Something drives them from their territory. This was alarming news. The giant spiders rarely left their established domain, and were numerous and powerful enough that few threats could displace them. Megorian immediately organized an investigation party, including Firenze, Bane, and several other warriors. To Harry's surprise, he was invited to join them. Your ability to communicate with forest creatures may prove useful, Megorian explained. But stay close to Firenze at all times. They traveled westward for several hours, the forest growing darker and more ominous as they approached Acromantula territory. Harry felt a growing sense of wrongness, not danger exactly, but a disturbance in the forest's natural magic. Something ahead affects the forest itself, he whispered to Firenze. Can you feel it? The Palomino centaur nodded grimly. A corruption in the natural flow. Something unnatural intrudes. They proceeded more cautiously, eventually coming upon the first fleeing acromantulas, smaller ones scurrying through the underbrush away from their traditional nesting grounds. Harry stepped forward, focusing on the beast speech he'd developed. What drives you from your home? He asked a spider larger than a dog but small by acromantula standards. The creature's many eyes fixed on Harry, mandibles clicking nervously. Death magic in the heart nest. It consumes, forest speaker. The Ancient One commanded evacuation. Death magic? Harry repeated, glancing at Firenze. What does that mean? Before the centaur could respond, a wave of wrongness washed over them, magic so twisted and corrupt that Harry stumbled backward, nausea rising in his throat. The centaurs reared in alarm, Bane notching an arrow to his bow. We go no further, Megorian commanded. Whatever corrupts the spider's nest is beyond our immediate concern, provided it stays contained. But what if it spreads? Harry asked, struggling to recover from the magical assault. The forest will adapt, Firenze assured him. As it has for millennia. Some battles must wait for their proper time, Stellantis. They returned to their settlement, reporting what they'd discovered. That night, Megorian called for intensified star reading, with all skilled diviners seeking guidance about the corruption in the western forest. Harry participated, his growing skill with astrology now respected within the herd. As the centaurs charted complex star patterns, Harry focused on his own method, a blending of centaur techniques with his unique sensitivity to forest magic. What he saw disturbed him deeply. In the star patterns, a dark shadow spread slowly eastward through the forest, withering life as it advanced. At its center writhed a humanoid shape, neither fully alive nor truly dead. A parasitic presence, Harry reported when asked what he had seen. Someone, using the forest's life force to sustain itself. But twisted, wrong. His description matched what others had observed in the stars, confirming the herd's growing fears. A magical threat was establishing itself in the forest, one potentially beyond their power to combat directly. We must prepare defenses, Megorian decided. Ward our territory against this corruption. For the next several days, the entire herd worked to establish protective barriers around their new settlement. Harry threw himself into these efforts, his unique magic particularly effective at creating wards that blended with the forest's natural energy rather than imposing artificial barriers. Your warding techniques grow sophisticated, Firenze observed as they worked together on the western boundary. You weave magic like a centaur born to the craft. Harry smiled at the praise, though concern still nagged at him. Will it be enough? That wrongness I felt, it was powerful. For now, yes, Firenze assured him. And we have time to strengthen our defenses. The corruption spread slowly. As if to contradict his words, that very night Harry woke screaming from the most vivid nightmare yet. In it, the shadowy figure had taken more definite form, a wraith-like presence parasitically attached to a host body, feeding on unicorn blood in a moonlit clearing. The entire herd was awakened by Harry's cries. Megorian and Firenze rushed to his side as he gasped out what he had seen. Unicorn blood. Sage repeated, her face paling. Only one in desperate straits would commit such a crime. The blood of a unicorn will keep you alive even if you are an inch from death, but at a terrible price. What price? Harry asked, still trembling from the nightmare's intensity. You would have a half-life, a cursed life, from the moment the blood touches your lips, she explained. Only one with nothing to lose and everything to gain would commit such an atrocity. Voldemort, Harry whispered, his scar suddenly burning. It must be him. Trying to come back. The centaurs exchanged troubled glances. If the Dark Wizard returns, the star's prophecy accelerates, Megorian said gravely. Stellantis must be prepared. I'm just a kid, Harry protested. What can I do against a Dark Wizard? More than you realize, Firenze replied. Your magic has developed in ways no young wizard's has before. You work with the forest rather than imposing your will upon it. That harmony gives you strength Voldemort cannot understand. The next day, Harry's training intensified further. Firenze focused on defensive magic, shielding, deflection, magical camouflage. Bane, surprisingly, volunteered to improve Harry's archery to combat-ready levels. Even Sage contributed, teaching him to identify and counter dark magical signatures. The forest will aid you, she assured him. It recognizes those who would harm it. As autumn deepened toward winter, signs of the corruption increased. Centaur scouts reported finding dead unicorns, their bodies drained of blood. Small magical creatures fled the western forest in growing numbers, many seeking sanctuary in the herd's protected territory. Harry welcomed them, his ability to communicate across species barriers proving invaluable. A family of botruckles took up residence in the tree nearest his shelter. A wounded thestral, visible to Harry though he didn't understand why, recovered under his care and remained nearby, occasionally offering rides above the forest canopy. These connections provided valuable intelligence about the spreading corruption. The forest creatures described a wandering presence, sometimes human in form, other times more wraith-like, that hunted at night and desecrated sacred places. It seeks power, a wizened old botruckle told Harry one evening. Old magic. Root magic. Forest heart magic. What's forest heart magic? Harry asked Firenze later. The centaur looked troubled. The oldest magic in the forest, centered in its most ancient grove. Legend says it connects to the founding magic of Hogwarts itself, from when the forest and castle were first bound together. And Voldemort wants it? Why? To restore himself, perhaps, Firenze theorized. Or simply because power calls to power, and those who seek dominion are drawn to ancient sources they might bend to their will. As winter settled over the forest, bringing snow that filtered through the canopy in gentle showers, Harry's dreams intensified further. Now he saw not just the shadowy figure but felt its emotions, desperate hunger, cold calculation, and burning hatred directed specifically at Harry himself. He woke from one such nightmare to find his scar bleeding, the pain so intense he could barely speak when Astra found him curled on his sleeping mat. Stellantis, she cried in alarm, calling for Sage. What's happening? The elderly healer arrived quickly, examining Harry's scar with grave concern. "This is no ordinary wound," she declared. "It carries old magic, dark magic. It's connected to him somehow," Harry managed through the pain. "To Voldemort. When he's active, it hurts." This revelation alarmed the entire herd. That night, Megorian called a special council meeting to discuss this development. If Stellantis shares a magical connection with the Dark Wizard, it presents both danger and opportunity, the herd leader stated. "We must help him learn to control this connection without being corrupted by it. Or shield him from it entirely," Firenze suggested. "No," Harry surprised them by saying. "If I can sense what Voldemort's doing, maybe I can help stop him. The visions show me things before they happen sometimes." The debate continued long into the night, with the herd ultimately agreeing that Harry should be taught to manage the connection rather than sever it completely. Sage would create protective poultices for his scar, while Firenze would teach advanced mental shielding techniques normally reserved for adult centaurs. As these new lessons began, an unexpected visitor arrived at the edge of their territory. A centaur scout reported that Hagrid was calling for Firenze, bearing an urgent message from Dumbledore. Firenze and Megorian went to meet him, returning with troubling news. "Dumbledore confirms our suspicions," Firenze reported to the gathered herd. "He believes Voldemort's spirit seeks the Philosopher's Stone, a powerful magical object currently hidden at Hogwarts. The stone can create the elixir of life, which would give Voldemort a body again." Murmurs of concern spread through the gathering. "Why tell us this?" Bane demanded suspiciously. "Because the forest is Voldemort's current hiding place," Megorian answered. "And because Stellantis's dreams provide confirmation of Dumbledore's fears." Harry stepped forward. "Does Dumbledore want my help?" "He wishes to meet with you," Firenze confirmed. "To discuss your visions and perhaps combine knowledge to protect both the forest and the school." This proposal sparked heated debate. Many centaurs, Bane foremost among them, opposed any direct involvement with wizard conflicts. Others, including Firenze, argued that the corruption in the forest demanded action regardless of its source. "Stellantis's magic has developed specifically to bridge worlds," Firenze pointed out. "Perhaps this is the beginning of what the stars foretold." In the end, Megorian made the decision. "Stellantis may meet with Dumbledore, accompanied by myself and Firenze. We will hear the wizard's words before deciding our course." The meeting was arranged for the following evening at the Speaking Stones, a neutral location at the forest edge where centaurs had occasionally met with wizards in centuries past. As they prepared for the journey, Astra approached Harry with concern etched on her young face. "Be careful, Stellantis," she said softly. "Wizards have their own aims, even the wise ones." Harry nodded, touching the stone amulet she had given him for his 8th birthday. "I'll remember who my real family is." The journey to the Speaking Stones took several hours, with Megorian setting a deliberately indirect route to protect the location of their new settlement. Harry rode on Firenze's back as they traveled, conserving his energy for the coming meeting. The Speaking Stones stood in a small clearing near the forest boundary with Hogwarts, 7 massive monoliths arranged in a circle, covered in ancient runes that glowed faintly in the gathering dusk. As they arrived, Harry felt the stone's magic welcome them, recognizing the centaurs as forest guardians. They didn't wait long before Albus Dumbledore appeared at the edge of the clearing, alone as promised. Harry studied the famous wizard with curiosity, tall and thin, with flowing silver hair and beard, half-moon spectacles, and robes spangled with stars and moons. Despite his aged appearance, power radiated from him like heat from a fire. "Megorian," Dumbledore bowed deeply to the centaur leader. "Firenze. Thank you for agreeing to this meeting." His bright blue eyes then turned to Harry, widening slightly as he took in the changes 3 years of forest life had wrought. Harry no longer resembled the undernourished, frightened child who had left Privet Drive. Though still small for his age, he stood straight and confident, dressed in practical forest clothing, a small bow slung across his back and various pouches containing herbs and magical components at his waist. "Harry Potter," Dumbledore said softly. Or do you prefer another name now? The herd calls me Stellantis, Harry replied. But either is fine. Dumbledore nodded, seeming to understand the significance. Star Walker. Appropriate for one raised by those who read the heavens. The initial greetings complete, they moved to the business at hand. Dumbledore confirmed what Firenze had reported, the Philosopher's Stone was indeed hidden at Hogwarts, brought there for protection after attempts to steal it from Gringotts. Voldemort, existing in a weakened spirit form, sought the stone to create a new body. My sources suggest he has possessed a willing host, Dumbledore explained. Someone with access to Hogwarts who helps him search for the stone while providing a temporary physical form. My dreams showed someone drinking unicorn blood, Harry said. In the Western Forest. Yes, Dumbledore's expression turned sorrowful. A terrible crime. Unicorn blood can sustain even a spirit as damaged as Voldemort's, though at great magical cost. The forest suffers from his presence, Megorian stated. Plants wither, creatures flee. His magic corrupts the natural flow. Which is why I sought this meeting, Dumbledore said. Our concerns align, though our methods may differ. Voldemort threatens both Hogwarts and the forest. Together, we might succeed where separately we might fail. What do you propose? Firenze asked. Information sharing, primarily, Dumbledore replied. Harry's visions provide insights I lack. In return, I can offer protection and resources to counter Voldemort's growing influence in the forest. Harry glanced at Megorian, who gave a slight nod, permitting him to speak freely. My visions show him getting stronger. Hunting more often. But he's still weak, dependent on his host. Indeed, Dumbledore agreed. Which gives us time to prepare. Their discussion continued for over an hour, establishing a tentative alliance. Harry would report significant visions to Firenze, who would relay them to Hagrid for Dumbledore. In return, Dumbledore would strengthen the protective enchantments around the Centaurs' forest territory and provide warning of any Ministry attempts to interfere with the herd. There is one other matter, Dumbledore said as their meeting concluded. Harry's education. The herd provides all necessary teaching, Megorian stated firmly. Undoubtedly in many areas, Dumbledore acknowledged diplomatically. But wand magic remains an important part of wizarding heritage, one Harry may wish to explore when he turns 11. Harry had been contemplating this question for some time. I would like to learn both kinds of magic, he said carefully. Forest magic and wand magic. Is that possible? With proper arrangements, yes, Dumbledore said. You could attend Hogwarts while maintaining your connection to the herd. Perhaps not as a traditional boarding student initially, but with special accommodations. Megorian considered this. The stars have long suggested Stellantis would bridge our worlds. If he wishes to learn wizard ways while maintaining centaur teachings, the herd will not oppose this. Then we have accord, Dumbledore said, his eyes twinkling. We shall speak further of specifics as the time approaches. As they prepared to depart, Dumbledore addressed Harry directly. You have grown remarkably, Harry. Your parents would be proud of the young man you're becoming. Something tightened in Harry's chest, a mixture of pride and an old, almost forgotten longing. Did you know them well? My parents? Very well indeed, Dumbledore replied gently. When you're ready, I have many stories to share. With their business concluded, the Centaurs and Harry returned to their settlement, the foundations of an unprecedented alliance established. That night, Harry found his dreams untroubled by visions of Voldemort for the first time in weeks, whether due to Dumbledore's proximity to the forest or some other factor, he couldn't say, but he welcomed the respite. The following weeks brought increased activity as the herd implemented new protective measures with Dumbledore's assistance. Ancient wards around their territory strengthened, becoming nearly impenetrable to those with harmful intent. Harry worked alongside the adult centaurs, his unique magic particularly effective at integrating wizard protections with forest defenses. Your ability to harmonize magical systems is remarkable, Firenze observed as they completed a boundary ward. Few could blend centaur starbindings with wizard enchantments so seamlessly. Harry shrugged, though he couldn't help feeling pleased. It's just pattern matching. They're different languages for the same magic, really. Winter deepened, bringing heavy snow that blanketed the forest floor. Despite the cold, Harry continued his training, now including more combat-focused skills. Bane proved a demanding but effective teacher, honing Harry's reflexes and teaching him to anticipate an opponent's movements. Magic alone won't save you if the Dark Wizard returns, Bane insisted during one particularly grueling session. You must be prepared to fight physically as well as magically. Harry's developing abilities were put to a sudden test one snowy evening. He was gathering ingredients with Astra when they encountered a group of Thestrals in obvious distress, circling and diving erratically above a small clearing. "Something's wrong," Harry said, reaching out with his magical senses. Immediately, he recoiled as a wave of corruption hit him, the same wrongness he'd felt near the Acromantula territory. "Voldemort," he whispered, his scar beginning to throb. "We should return to the herd," Astra urged, but Harry shook his head. "There's something else." He concentrated, filtering through the dark magic. Something innocent. Something hurt. Before Astra could stop him, Harry moved cautiously toward the clearing, staying low and using the forest's magic to mask his presence as Firenze had taught him. As he peered through the undergrowth, his heart nearly stopped. A unicorn lay on the ground, its brilliant white coat stained with silver blood. Bending over it was a hooded figure, drinking from a wound in the magnificent creature's neck. Rage and disgust surged through Harry. Without thinking, he drew on the forest's magic, channeling it through his body and toward the hooded figure in a powerful blast of raw energy. The figure was thrown backward, away from the dying unicorn. It hissed in pain and anger, turning toward Harry's position. For one terrible moment, beneath the hood, Harry glimpsed a pale face twisted with hatred, and behind it, something darker, a shadow with burning red eyes that seemed to look straight into Harry's soul. His scar exploded with pain so intense he almost blacked out. Through the agony, he was dimly aware of Astra charging into the clearing, arrow nocked and ready. "Leave this place, Death Drinker," she commanded, her young voice firm despite the danger. The hooded figure hesitated, then turned and fled into the darkness with unnatural speed. Harry struggled to his feet, fighting through the pain to reach the fallen unicorn. "It's dying," he gasped, placing his hands on the beautiful creature's neck. "Help me, Astra." Together, they channeled healing magic into the unicorn, Harry drawing on the forest's energy while Astra applied centaur healing techniques. For several minutes, they worked in desperate synchrony, their magic blending seamlessly. The unicorn's breathing steadied, but Harry knew their efforts weren't enough. The damage was too severe, the loss of magical blood too great. In desperation, he tried something he'd never attempted before. Reaching deep into the earth beneath them, Harry connected with the forest's oldest magic, the primal energy that flowed through root and soil since long before humans or even centaurs walked these woods. "Please," he whispered to the ancient force. "Help us save it." To his astonishment, the forest responded. Green gold energy spiraled up through the ground, encircling the unicorn and the two young healers. Harry felt his own magic amplified 100-fold as the forest itself joined their efforts. The unicorn's wounds began to close, silver blood returning to its body rather than spilling onto the snow. Its breathing strengthened, and finally, its eyes, deep pools of wisdom and innocence, opened. The magnificent creature rose unsteadily to its feet, regarding Harry with an intensity that seemed to peer into his very essence. Then, in a gesture that left both Harry and Astra speechless, it bowed its head and touched its horn gently to Harry's forehead, directly over his scar. Cool relief flooded through him, washing away the pain Voldemort's presence had caused. The unicorn maintained the contact for several heartbeats, then stepped back, nodded once more, and cantered away into the forest, its coat once again gleaming pure white. "Stellantis," Astra breathed, her voice filled with awe. Do you realize what just happened? A unicorn blessed you. I've never even heard of such a thing. Harry touched his scar, which no longer hurt at all. We saved it together, he said simply. No, Astra shook her head. What you did, calling the deep forest magic, that's beyond even what our elders can do. And the unicorn recognized it. They returned to the herd to report the encounter, causing a sensation. Megorian immediately called a council meeting, where Harry and Astra recounted everything they had witnessed. The dark wizard grows bolder, Bane declared. Hunting unicorns so close to our territory. But he fled from 2 foals, another centaur pointed out. He remains weak. Not for long, Harry said grimly. He's getting stronger. I could feel it. What concerns me more, Firenze interjected, is Stellantis's use of deep forest magic. Such power is rarely accessible to any but the most ancient beings. All eyes turned to Harry, who shifted uncomfortably. I just asked for help. And the forest answered. Sage approached, examining Harry carefully. The unicorn's blessing has left its mark, she observed. Not visibly, but in your magical signature. It strengthened your connection to the forest while cleansing the dark taint from your scarbond. This was welcome news to Harry, who had grown increasingly troubled by his connection to Voldemort. Does that mean I won't have the visions anymore? The visions came not just from the scar, but from your own developing seer abilities, Sage explained. Those will likely continue, but without the pain and corruption that accompanied them before. The unicorn incident marked a turning point. Harry's status within the herd elevated further, with even the most skeptical centaurs now acknowledging that the stars had chosen wisely in guiding him to them. His training accelerated as the elders recognized his readiness for more advanced teachings. Winter gave way to spring, the forest reawakening with vibrant energy that Harry found easier than ever to access and direct. His magical abilities blossomed alongside the new growth, now including elements that surprised even Firenze. One such development occurred during a routine gathering expedition. Harry, Astra, and several young centaurs were collecting spring herbs when they encountered a ministry surveyor marking trees near their territory. More boundary adjustments, the man explained when questioned, not recognizing Harry among the group. Standard procedure after magical disturbances. What disturbances? Astra asked cautiously. Strange magical signatures throughout the western forest. The Department for the Regulation and Control of Magical Creatures wants the area cordoned off. He eyed the young centaurs nervously. For everyone's safety, of course. Harry, sensing the man's unease, stepped forward. The disturbances aren't centaur magic. They're caused by something much darker. The surveyor's eyes widened as he finally noticed the human boy among the centaurs. But you can't be. Harry Potter. Yeah, that's me. Harry confirmed casually. And you should tell your department that marking trees won't stop what's happening in the forest. It'll just trap people in with the danger. The boy who lived, the man whispered. With centaurs. Umbridge was right. Harry tensed at the mention of Umbridge. What does she have to do with these new boundaries? She's heading a special committee now, the surveyor explained, seemingly forgetting his caution in his excitement at finding Harry. The Magical Creature Security Committee. These new restrictions were her first major initiative. This news troubled Harry deeply. He reported it to Megorian immediately upon returning to the settlement. Umbridge consolidates power, the herd leader observed grimly. Using forest disturbances as justification to restrict centaur territory further. But the disturbances are caused by Voldemort. Harry protested. Why not go after him instead of punishing centaurs? Because, young Stellantis, Bane said with unusual gentleness, some humans seek any excuse to control what they fear and envy. The centaur's freedom and connection to ancient magic represents both to wizards like Umbridge. The situation deteriorated over the following weeks. Ministry markers appeared with increasing frequency, each one pushing the approved boundaries further inward. Meanwhile, reports of unicorn deaths continued, though none so close to their territory since Harry and Astra had intervened. Harry's training now focused heavily on protective magic, with Firenze teaching him to create wards that could shield not just himself but others as well. These lessons proved timely when disaster struck. A young centaur foal, barely 4 years old, wandered beyond the settlement's protective boundaries while chasing a butterfly. By the time his absence was noticed, he had traveled dangerously far toward the western forest where Voldemort's corruption was strongest. The entire herd mobilized for search parties. Harry joined Firenze, Bane, and several others, using his connection to the forest to sense where the foal might have gone. This way, he urged after closing his eyes and feeling the disturbance in the forest's energy. Something's happened to the northeast. They galloped in the direction Harry indicated, the centaurs covering ground with impressive speed while Harry rode on Firenze's back. As they approached a small ravine, Harry felt a spike of dark magic. There, he pointed. But he's not alone. Below them in the ravine, the young foal stood frozen in terror as a hooded figure approached him slowly. The same figure Harry had seen attacking the unicorn. Without hesitation, Harry leapt from Firenze's back, sliding down the ravine's slope and placing himself between the foal and the threatening presence. "Run!" he shouted to the young centaur, who bolted toward his approaching herdmates. The hooded figure paused, then emitted a chilling laugh that seemed to come from 2 throats simultaneously. "Harry Potter," it hissed. "We meet again. How convenient." Harry stood his ground, drawing on the forest magic that responded eagerly to his call. "Leave the forest, Voldemort. You don't belong here." The figure threw back its hood, revealing the face of a nervous-looking young man, but his eyes glowed with an unnatural red light that didn't belong to him. "I go where I please, boy," the possessed man said. "This forest and its power will help restore me, just as the unicorn blood sustains me." "The forest rejects you," Harry replied, feeling the truth of his words as the ancient magic surged around him. "Can't you feel it fighting against your corruption?" Behind him, he heard the centaurs arriving, Bane and Firenze sliding down to flank him protectively. The possessed man's face contorted with hatred. "Centaurs. Always meddling in affairs beyond your understanding. Perhaps a demonstration of power is required." He raised a wand, his host's wand, Harry realized, and fired a jet of sickly purple light toward the young foal who was still scrambling up the ravine. Without thinking, Harry threw himself into the spell's path, simultaneously raising the strongest protective shield he could muster. Forest magic responded instantly, surrounding him with a dome of golden-green energy. The purple spell struck Harry's shield with tremendous force, shattering it, but not before being significantly weakened. Still, enough power remained to strike Harry in the chest, sending him flying backward into Bane. Pain lanced through him, but different from his scar pain, this was physical, burning along his ribs where the spell had made contact. He struggled to his feet, determined not to show weakness. "Impressive," the possessed man acknowledged. "No ordinary child could have blocked that curse, even partially. The centaurs have taught you well, it seems." "Better than you could imagine," Harry replied, gathering his strength for another defensive stand. But before either could act further, a brilliant white light burst through the trees, illuminating the ravine with blinding intensity. Harry squinted against the glare, making out the form of the unicorn he and Astra had saved, leading a herd of its kind. The possessed man shrieked, a sound of pure agony as the light touched him. Without another word, he turned and fled deeper into the forest, the unicorns making no move to pursue him. Harry sagged against Firenze, the pain in his chest intensifying now that immediate danger had passed. "The foal," he gasped. "Safe," Firenze assured him. "Thanks to your courage." The unicorn that Harry had healed approached, once again touching its horn to his forehead. Healing magic flowed through him, mending damaged ribs and easing the magical burn from Voldemort's spell. "They protected us," Bane said with rare wonder. The unicorns align themselves with our cause. With Stellantis's cause, Firenze corrected. They recognize what he represents, harmony between magical beings and defense of the forest itself. They return to the settlement in solemn procession, the unicorns accompanying them to the very edge of their territory before departing with dignified nods. News of the confrontation spread quickly through the herd, with the young foal hailed as fortunate beyond measure to have escaped Voldemort's grasp. Harry, however, found little comfort in the outcome. "He's getting stronger," he told Megorian during the council meeting that followed. "Strong enough to use his host's magic now. And he recognized me immediately." The stars warned of this escalation, Megorian acknowledged. "We must prepare for worse to come." "I should tell Dumbledore," Harry suggested. "This confirms Voldemort is actively seeking power in the forest." Firenze volunteered to carry the message, departing immediately for the forest edge where Hagrid could be contacted. He returned the following day with Dumbledore's response, appreciation for the warning and confirmation that protections around the Philosopher's Stone had been strengthened. "Dumbledore believes Voldemort will make his attempt to steal the stone before the school year ends," Firenze reported. "His host is positioned within Hogwarts and growing suspicious as term concludes." "Then we have little time," Megorian noted. "Stellantis's visions may prove crucial in the coming days." As if summoned by these words, Harry's dreams that night provided the clearest vision yet, a series of obstacles protecting a hidden chamber, a mirror containing not a reflection but an object of deep red, and Voldemort's host preparing for a final attempt to breach these defenses. He woke with absolute certainty. "It's happening soon," he told Firenze at dawn. "Maybe even tonight." The centaur immediately relayed this warning to Hagrid, who promised to alert Dumbledore. Hours later, however, troubling news arrived. Dumbledore had been called away from Hogwarts on urgent ministry business. "Too convenient," Harry muttered when he heard. "Voldemort must have arranged it somehow." "What would you have us do?" Megorian asked, recognizing the seriousness of the situation. Harry hesitated only briefly before answering. "I need to go to Hogwarts. Tonight." Protests erupted from many of the gathered centaurs, but Harry raised his hand for silence, a gesture he'd learned from Megorian himself. "I've seen the protections in my visions," he explained. "I know what Voldemort plans. And" he touched his scar, "I'm connected to him. I might be the only one who can stop him from getting the stone." "You're but 8 years old," Bane objected. "Powerful for your age, yes, but still a fool." "The stars have prepared him," Firenze countered. "Everything he's learned with us has led to this moment." Debate raged through the afternoon, but Harry's determination never wavered. Eventually, a compromise was reached. Harry would go to Hogwarts, but accompanied by Firenze and with Bane's warriors positioned at the forest edge for emergency extraction if needed. As dusk approached, Harry prepared for the mission. He dressed in the practical forest clothing he'd grown accustomed to, gathered healing herbs and protective amulets, and strapped his small bow across his back more for comfort than practical use. Astra found him as he made final preparations. "You're really going, then?" Harry nodded. "I have to. Everything I've seen points to tonight." She pressed something into his hand, a small carving of a centaur made from forest heartwood. "For protection," she said softly. "And to remember who waits for your return." Harry tucked it carefully into his pocket. "I'll be back," he promised. "The herd is my family." As twilight deepened into true night, Harry mounted Firenze's back, and they galloped toward Hogwarts. The journey through the darkened forest passed quickly, the centaur moving with confident speed through familiar territory. They emerged from the trees near Hagrid's hut, the castle rising majestically against the starlit sky. Harry felt a strange mixture of emotions, awe at finally seeing the place that had appeared so often in his visions, apprehension about the confrontation to come, and an unexpected sense of connection, as if part of him recognized Hogwarts as another kind of home. "I can go no further," Firenze said as they reached the edge of the forest. "The castle's magic will guide you now." Harry slid from the centaur's back, squeezing his hand in gratitude. "Thank you. For everything. Stars guide your path, Stellantis," Firenze replied solemnly. "We will be watching." Taking a deep breath, Harry turned and ran across the open grounds toward the castle. Drawing on forest magic to enhance his stealth, he slipped inside through a side entrance his visions had revealed. The interior of Hogwarts was just as he'd seen in his dreams, moving staircases, talking portraits, and corridors lit by floating candles. Following his vision memories, Harry made his way to the third floor, avoiding the few students and staff still wandering the halls. He reached the forbidden corridor just in time to see a figure disappearing through a door at the end, a figure wearing a purple turban that Harry recognized from his visions. "Professor Quirrell," he whispered, finally putting a name to Voldemort's host. "So it is you." Harry approached the door cautiously, hearing music playing inside. Peering through the keyhole, he saw an enormous three-headed dog sleeping peacefully while Quirrell descended through a trapdoor in the floor. The moment the professor disappeared, the music stopped, a self-playing harp winding down. The massive dog began to stir. Harry thought quickly, reaching for forest magic rather than wizard spells. He'd learned from the centaurs that all creatures respond to certain natural harmonies. Closing his eyes, he projected calming forest energy toward the awakening beast, the kind of magic he'd used with injured forest animals. To his relief, the dog responded, its three heads drooping back into slumber despite the silence. Harry slipped into the room and approached the trapdoor, maintaining his calming projection until he too had dropped through the opening. He landed on something soft but immediately sensed danger. The plant beneath him was moving, wrapping tendrils around his legs. Devil's Snare, his forest training identified instantly. Relaxing completely, Harry communicated with the plant through forest magic. "I mean no harm," he projected. "Let me pass." The plant hesitated, then slowly retreated, allowing Harry to drop gently to the floor below. He smiled slightly. Wizard protections didn't account for someone who could speak directly to magical plants. Moving forward, Harry navigated the subsequent challenges with similar application of his unique abilities. Flying keys became allies rather than obstacles when he asked for their help in forest speech. A giant chess set recognized him as neither player nor piece, allowing him passage after he explained his purpose through magical intent. A troll already lay unconscious in the next chamber, Quirrell's work, Harry suspected. Then came a room with bottles and a logic puzzle, which Harry solved not through the riddle but by sensing the magical signatures of each potion. Finally, he reached the chamber from his most detailed visions. Through the flames that guarded the entrance, he could see Quirrell standing before an ornate mirror, the mirror of Eriste, Harry knew from his dreams. Drawing on every protective technique Firenze had taught him, Harry stepped through the flames and into the chamber. "I wondered if you would come, Potter," Quirrell said without turning, his voice no longer bearing the stutter Harry had glimpsed in visions. "The forest child raised by beasts. How poetic." "Step away from the mirror," Harry commanded, his young voice steady despite the danger. Quirrell turned, his face twisted in a cruel smile. "You're too late, boy. My master will have the stone, and then he will have you." "Your master failed to kill me as a baby," Harry replied, circling slowly to keep distance between them. "What makes you think he'll succeed now?" Rage flashed across Quirrell's face, but before he could respond, another voice spoke, high, cold, and seemingly from nowhere. "Let me speak to him, face to face." "Master, you are not strong enough," Quirrell protested. "I have strength enough, for this." To Harry's horror, Quirrell began unwrapping his turban. As the cloth fell away, he turned, revealing the back of his head, where another face grew, chalk white with glaring red eyes and slits for nostrils. "Harry Potter." The face whispered. "See what I have become, shadow and vapor, forced to share another's body. But once I have the elixir of life, I will create a body of my own." Harry stood his ground, though every instinct screamed to flee. "You'll never get the stone. Dumbledore has protected it too well." Voldemort's lipless mouth curved into a terrible smile. Dumbledore is gone, and you are not yet the wizard you might have become, living with animals in the forest. The centaurs taught me magic you could never understand, Harry replied, gathering forest energy around him like a cloak. Magic based on harmony, not domination. There is no harmony or domination, Voldemort hissed. There is only power, and those too weak to seek it. As they spoke, Harry sensed Quirrell trying to edge back toward the mirror. Understanding that Voldemort still sought the stone, Harry made a desperate decision. Lunging forward with the speed his forest training had developed, he placed himself between Quirrell and the mirror. As he caught his own reflection, Harry saw not just himself but the unicorn that had blessed him standing protectively at his side, its horn lowered toward Voldemort's image. Get him! Voldemort screamed, and Quirrell launched himself at Harry. When the professor's hands closed around Harry's throat, something extraordinary happened. Quirrell howled in agony, releasing Harry and staring in horror at his blistering hands. Master! I cannot touch him, it burns. Then kill him, fool! Voldemort commanded. As Quirrell raised his wand, Harry acted on pure instinct, reaching out to grab the professor's face with both hands. The man shrieked as his skin burned and cracked beneath Harry's touch. Harry pressed his advantage, drawing on the unicorn's blessing and the forest magic that had become part of him. Where his hands touched Quirrell, light seemed to pour from his fingers, not attacking but cleansing, separating the parasite Voldemort from his host. What is this magic? Voldemort screamed as his host's body began to crumble. Harmony, Harry gasped, maintaining contact despite the pain it caused him. Something you gave up long ago. With a final, terrible cry, Quirrell collapsed, and a shadowy form tore itself free from the disintegrating body, Voldemort's spirit, fleeing in rage and pain. It passed through Harry like an icy wind, causing him to stumble and fall beside the mirror of Eriste. As consciousness began to fade, Harry looked into the mirror one last time. His reflection smiled and held up a blood-red stone, then placed it in its pocket. Simultaneously, Harry felt a weight appear in his own pocket, the Philosopher's Stone, somehow transferred from the mirror's protection to his possession. The forest will protect it, he whispered, before darkness claimed him completely. When Harry awoke, he lay in an unfamiliar bed with white curtains. Soft morning light filtered through nearby windows, and the air smelled of healing potions and clean linen. "Ah, you're awake," a gentle voice observed. Harry turned to see Albus Dumbledore sitting beside his bed, eyes twinkling behind half-moon spectacles. "Professor Dumbledore," Harry said, struggling to sit up. "The stone is safe," Dumbledore assured him. "Thanks to your remarkable courage." Harry relaxed slightly. "And Quirrell? Voldemort?" "Professor Quirrell did not survive, I'm afraid. As for Voldemort, he abandoned his host and fled when you touched him." Dumbledore leaned forward slightly. "Which brings me to a rather interesting question, how did you do it, Harry? The protective magic your mother left in your blood would have helped, certainly, but what you did was something more." Harry thought carefully before answering. "The unicorns helped. One blessed me after I healed it. And the forest magic, it doesn't like corruption. It wants balance." "Fascinating," Dumbledore murmured. "In all my years, I've never seen human magic blend so completely with forest energies." "The centaurs have taught you well." "They're my family," Harry said simply. Dumbledore nodded understanding. "And they are most anxious about you. Firenze has been patrolling the forest edge since you were brought to the hospital wing." "How long have I been here?" 3 days, Dumbledore replied. "Quite a battle you fought, especially for one so young." Harry pushed back the covers, determined to get up. "I need to let them know I'm okay." "All in good time," Dumbledore assured him. "Madame Pomfrey insists on one more day of observation. Magical exhaustion is not to be taken lightly." Reluctantly, Harry settled back. Will the Ministry try to keep me from returning to the herd?" They might wish to, Dumbledore acknowledged. But I believe we've established that you are receiving excellent care and education. Your accomplishment with the stone rather proves that point. Relief washed through Harry. Thank you. No, Harry. Thank you. Dumbledore's expression turned serious. You prevented Voldemort from returning to power, at least for now. That is no small thing. As promised, Harry was released from the hospital wing the following day. Dumbledore himself escorted him to the forest edge, where Firenze waited. Stellantis, the centaur called, his relief evident. The stars shone true in their guidance. Harry ran to his mentor, all the tension of the past days finally releasing. I did it, Firenze. Just like you trained me. Dumbledore watched their reunion with a thoughtful expression. I believe we have much to learn from each other, centaur and wizard alike. Perhaps young Harry here will indeed be the bridge the stars foretold. Perhaps, Firenze agreed cautiously. Though many challenges remain. As Harry mounted Firenze's back for the journey home, Dumbledore offered a parting thought. Your Hogwarts letter will arrive on your 11th birthday, Harry. I hope you will consider accepting it. We would welcome a student with your unique perspective. I'll consider it, Harry promised. The herd and I have discussed it. With final farewells exchanged, Firenze carried Harry back into the depths of the Forbidden Forest. As they traveled, Harry recounted everything that had happened in the chambers beneath Hogwarts. The mirror showed me with a unicorn, he concluded. And somehow gave me the stone. The mirror of Eriste shows your heart's desire, Firenze explained. Perhaps what you truly wanted was to protect the stone, not possess it. When they reached the herd settlement, Harry was welcomed as a returning hero. Even Bane acknowledged his courage with a respectful nod. Astra practically knocked him over with her enthusiastic greeting. I knew you'd succeed, she exclaimed. The stars never lie about such things. That night, the entire herd gathered to hear Harry's tale and to celebrate his safe return. As Harry looked around at the centaurs who had become his family, he felt a deep sense of belonging. Yet somewhere inside, a small voice reminded him that another world awaited him as well, the world of Hogwarts and wizardry, of his parents' legacy and challenges yet to come. For now, though, he was home. Stellantis of the centaur herd, forest speaker, unicorn blessed. The bridge between worlds the stars had foretold. And as the celebration continued under the summer stars, 8-year-old Harry Potter knew with absolute certainty that whatever challenges lay ahead, he would face them with the wisdom and strength of both his worlds. Chapter 3, Worlds Collide. Harry ducked the incoming arrow, rolling smoothly across the forest floor before popping up with his own bow drawn. He released his shot in one fluid motion, his arrow splitting Astra's in midair. Show off, she called, though her eyes sparkled with approval. Harry grinned, brushing leaves from his clothes. At 10 years old, he'd grown considerably over the past 2 years, though he remained smaller than most boys his age. What he lacked in size, he made up for in agility and precision, and, of course, magic. Best 7 out of 13, he suggested, knocking another arrow. Astra shook her head, her chestnut coat gleaming in the dappled sunlight. Later. Megorian called for us. Something about disturbing star patterns. Harry's expression immediately sobered. For weeks now, the centaurs had observed troubling signs in the night sky, constellations shifting in ways their ancient records had never documented, stars flaring unusually bright before dimming to near invisibility. Let's go, he said, slinging his bow across his back. 5 years had passed since the centaurs had taken Harry from Privet Drive, 5 years of learning their ways and forest magic. 2 years had gone by since his confrontation with Voldemort beneath Hogwarts, where he prevented the Dark Wizard from obtaining the Philosopher's Stone. In that time, Harry's abilities had developed in ways that sometimes astonished even the oldest centaurs. His connection to forest magic had deepened to the point where he could sense disturbances miles away. Animals sought him out when injured, responding to his healing energy. Plants grew more vibrant in his presence, sometimes blooming out of season when he passed. Most remarkably, Harry could now communicate with nearly all magical creatures in the forest, from the smallest botruckle to the most ancient acromantula. Not through words exactly, but through a blend of intention, emotion, and magical resonance that transcended language barriers. As they approached the main clearing of their settlement, Harry noticed the entire herd had gathered. Faces looked grim, even among the younger centaurs. Megorian stood at the center, his silver-flecked coat catching the afternoon light. Stellantis, the herd leader, acknowledged as Harry and Astra joined the circle. He had long since stopped using Harry's human name, as had most of the herd. "We face a growing crisis." Harry stepped forward. "The star patterns." "Not only stars now," Firenze said, moving beside Megorian. "The forest itself shows signs of imbalance." Murmurs rippled through the gathered centaurs. Harry felt a chill despite the summer warmth. "What kind of imbalance?" he asked. Instead of answering directly, Megorian turned to Bane. "Show them." The dark-coated centaur, now one of Harry's most demanding but respected teachers, gestured for Harry and the other young centaurs to follow him to the edge of the clearing. There, he pointed to a massive oak that had stood sentinel over their settlement for generations. Half its leaves had turned brown and fallen, in midsummer. "This is happening throughout the forest," Bane explained, his usually gruff voice quieter than normal. "Plants dying from no visible disease. Water sources running dry or changing course. Animals abandoning traditional territories." "I've noticed the botruckles seem agitated," Harry admitted. "And the thestrals have been flying in tighter circles, like they're nervous about ranging too far." Firenze nodded. "The magical balance that sustains the forbidden forest falters. Our divination suggests a growing disruption in the cosmic forces that feed all natural magic." "What's causing it?" asked a young female centaur. Sage, the elderly healer, stepped forward. "The stars speak of ancient seals weakening. Of damaged magic seeking restoration through destructive means." "Voldemort," Harry said immediately, his hand moving unconsciously to the lightning scar on his forehead. Though it no longer pained him as it once had, thanks to the unicorn's blessing 2 years ago, he still felt occasional echoes of the connection. "Perhaps," Megorian acknowledged. "The Dark Wizard's attempts to regain physical form have created ripples in the magical substrate. But this feels broader. As if his actions have triggered something older and more fundamental." Harry looked again at the dying oak. Reaching out with his senses as he'd been taught, he felt a wrongness in its energy, not disease or parasites, but a diminishment, as if the very magic that sustained it was being drained away. "Can we help it?" he asked. "We've tried," Sage replied sadly. "Traditional centaur healing produces temporary improvement at best. Even your unique abilities might only delay the inevitable, Stellantis." This news struck Harry hard. For years, his healing magic had grown increasingly effective, capable of treating injuries and ailments that challenged even the most skilled centaur healers. To face something beyond his power to fix felt like a personal failure. "There must be something we can do," he insisted. "That is why we have gathered," Megorian stated. "To combine our knowledge and seek solutions. The forest has protected us for generations. Now it requires our protection in return." The council continued late into the evening, with various centaurs offering observations and suggestions. Some proposed intensified star reading to better track the patterns of disruption. Others recommended relocating to less affected areas of the forest. A few even suggested approaching the mere people of the Black Lake, whose ancient water magic might provide insights. Through it all, Harry listened intently, occasionally offering observations from his unique perspective, neither fully centaur nor traditional wizard. As night fell, the discussion paused for a communal meal, smaller groups continuing to debate in hushed tones. Astra settled beside Harry as he ate. "You're troubled beyond the obvious," she observed. At 12, she'd developed the perceptiveness characteristic of female centaurs, often sensing emotions others missed. Harry nodded, keeping his voice low. I've been having dreams again. Not like before, with clear visions of Voldemort. These are scattered. Fragmented. But they all point to something building, something breaking through. Have you told Firenze? Not yet. I wanted to make sure they weren't just ordinary nightmares first. Astra studied him seriously. Your dreams have never been ordinary, Stellantis. Before Harry could respond, commotion erupted at the edge of the clearing. A centaur scout galloped in, flanks heaving with exertion. Magical surge at the western boundary, he reported. Like nothing I've felt before. Megorian immediately organized an investigation party. Firenze, Bane, Ronan, with me. Stellantis too. Harry grabbed his bow and healing pouch, falling in with the adult centaurs as they raced through the darkening forest. Firenze slowed briefly to allow Harry to mount his back, the arrangement they'd adopted for covering long distances quickly. What do you think it is? Harry asked as they galloped. Unknown, Firenze replied grimly. But the timing aligns with this morning's unusual meteor shower. They reached the western boundary in record time, slowing as they approached a small clearing Harry recognized from past explorations. Immediately, he sensed the disturbance, a twisting, pulsating knot of magic that seemed to hang in midair. It's a tear, Sage whispered, her elderly eyes wide. A rent in the magical fabric. Harry stared at the phenomenon. To his magical senses, it resembled a wound in reality itself, raw edges of magic fraying and reconnecting in chaotic patterns. Through the distortion, he glimpsed something that resembled neither forest nor sky, but a swirling darkness punctuated by distant lights. What is that place? He asked, voice hushed with awe and apprehension. Not a place, Megorian corrected. At least, not in our reality. What you perceive is the space between worlds, the void through which magic flows from its cosmic source to our physical realm. As they watched, the tear pulsated, growing slightly larger. Energy crackled around its edges, scorching nearby plants. It's unstable, Bane observed. And expanding. Can we close it? Harry asked. The centaurs exchanged uncertain glances. Such tears are rare in recorded history, Firenze explained. The last documented instance occurred over 3 centuries ago, during a cosmic convergence similar to what we've observed recently. How was it closed then? Harry pressed. It wasn't, Sage said quietly. It consumed nearly a third of what wizards now call the Forbidden Forest before eventually stabilizing and shrinking on its own. Harry felt his stomach drop. That can't happen again. There must be a way to contain it at least. Acting on instinct, he dismounted from Firenze and approached the tear carefully, extending his magical awareness toward it. The sensation was overwhelming, like placing his hand in a rushing river of pure, chaotic energy. Stellantis, be careful. Firenze warned. Harry circled the phenomenon slowly, studying it from different angles with both physical and magical senses. Something about its pattern struck him as familiar, though he couldn't immediately place why. It's not random, he finally said. There's a pattern to the fluctuations. Almost like. Like what? Megorian prompted when Harry trailed off. Like someone's pulling at it from the other side, Harry finished, the realization crystallizing. This isn't a natural occurrence. It's being created. The implications silenced everyone momentarily. Finally, Bane stamped a hoof in agitation. Who would have the power or knowledge to tear the magical fabric? Voldemort, Harry suggested again. He's been seeking ways to return to physical form for years. Maybe he found something in that void. Or someone else entirely, Firenze cautioned. Not all threats come from known enemies. After further observation, the centaurs established a perimeter around the tear, marking trees with warning symbols and setting magical wards to alert them of changes. With little else they could do immediately, they returned to the settlement to report their findings. The news sent a wave of fear through the herd. Young foals were kept closer to the settlement center, and patrol schedules intensified. Harry spent the next several days researching magical tears in the centaurs' oral histories, which Sage and other elders helped him access through memory-sharing rituals. "There's so little information," he said frustratedly to Firenze after another long day of study. "And what exists is more observation than solution." "Our ancestors wisely respected the boundaries between realities," Firenze replied. "Perhaps we should consult beyond centaur knowledge." Harry looked up sharply. "You mean Hogwarts? Dumbledore?" Firenze nodded. "The wizard has access to ancient human magical records that might complement our own knowledge." "Megorian won't like it," Harry pointed out. "Relations with Hogwarts have been strained since the Ministry's last attempted forest survey." Indeed, the past 2 years had seen increasing tension between the centaur herd and the human wizarding world. After Harry's confrontation with Quirrell/Voldemort, Dumbledore had maintained his promise of protection, but the Ministry of Magic had grown more aggressive in its attempts to regulate the Forbidden Forest. Dolores Umbridge, in particular, had risen to greater influence, heading a committee specifically focused on magical creature containment. Her thinly veiled hostility toward centaurs had manifested in increasingly restrictive policies, including attempted forest zoning that would have dramatically reduced the herd's territory. Only Dumbledore's authority as Hogwarts headmaster had prevented the worst of these measures from being implemented, as the school's ancient charter granted it primary jurisdiction over the forest. "Necessity may override preference," Firenze said simply. "I will speak with Megorian." To Harry's surprise, the herd leader agreed more readily than expected. "The stars show paths converging," Megorian explained when Harry questioned him. "Your wizard school and our herd face a common threat. Temporary alliance is prudent." The following day, Firenze and Harry journeyed to the forest edge near Hagrid's hut to request a meeting with Dumbledore. The groundskeeper welcomed them warmly, particularly Harry, whom he hadn't seen in several months. "Look at ya!" Hagrid exclaimed. "Growin' like a weed, ya are. Still got them Lily's eyes, though." Harry smiled, always appreciating Hagrid's references to his parents. Though he had fully embraced his life with the Centaurs, he valued these connections to his human heritage. "We need to speak with Headmaster Dumbledore," he explained. "It's urgent." Course, Hagrid nodded. "He's actually been hopin' ter talk with ya too. Said it was gettin' to be that time." Harry and Firenze exchanged glances, understanding the reference to Harry's approaching Hogwarts age. The meeting was arranged for that very evening. Dumbledore himself came to Hagrid's hut, respecting centaur preference to avoid the castle. His eyes twinkled with genuine pleasure at seeing Harry. "My word, how you've grown," the headmaster remarked. "Both in stature and, I suspect, in magical ability." Harry nodded respectfully. Though their interactions had been limited since the Philosopher's Stone incident, he had developed appreciation for Dumbledore's wisdom and power. "We have a situation requiring combined knowledge," Firenze stated, dispensing with pleasantries in typical centaur fashion. They described the magical tear and the broader pattern of forest disruption. Dumbledore listened intently, his expression growing increasingly grave. "Troubling indeed," he said when they'd finished. "And unfortunately familiar. I've detected similar magical anomalies near Hogwarts in recent weeks, fluctuations in the castle's protective enchantments, unpredictable behavior from normally stable magical artifacts." "You think they're connected to our tear?" Harry asked. "Almost certainly," Dumbledore confirmed. "What you describe as a tear between realities aligns with ancient accounts of magical depletion events, rare occurrences where the fundamental energy sustaining our magical world is somehow drained or diverted." "By what?" Firenze pressed. "Or whom?" Dumbledore's eyes met Harry's. "I believe Tom Riddle, Voldemort, has discovered old magic related to soul energy and cosmic balance. Magic so dangerous and fundamental that most wizarding records intentionally obscure it." "How do we stop him?" Harry asked. First, we must understand exactly what he's attempting, Dumbledore replied. I'll need to examine this tier myself, with your herd's permission. Firenze hesitated. Megorian authorized this meeting, but bringing a wizard deeper into our territory is necessary, Harry finished firmly. The forest is dying, Firenze. If Dumbledore can help, we need to let him. After a moment's consideration, the centaur nodded. Tomorrow at dawn. We will escort you to the tear. As they prepared to depart, Dumbledore addressed a topic Harry had been anticipating. Your 11th birthday approaches in just over a month, Harry, the headmaster observed. Have you given thought to your Hogwarts attendance? Harry had indeed thought about it, extensively. The Centaurs had always made clear that his education would eventually include wizarding magic, but the specifics remained unresolved. I want to learn wand magic, Harry acknowledged. But the herd is my family. I won't abandon them, especially not with this crisis. Nor would I ask you to, Dumbledore assured him. I've been developing an arrangement that might satisfy all parties, specialized attendance that would allow you to learn wizarding subjects while maintaining your residence and centaur studies in the forest. The ministry would never approve, Firenze pointed out. Dumbledore's eyes twinkled. The ministry doesn't actually have authority over Hogwarts admissions or accommodations. An often overlooked but quite convenient aspect of our charter. Harry felt a spark of hope. The possibility of learning wand magic without sacrificing his centaur life appealed greatly. We'll discuss it further after addressing the more immediate threat, he suggested. That night, returning to the herd, Harry and Firenze reported Dumbledore's insights and planned visit. Reactions were mixed, with some centaurs, particularly Bane, expressing concern about increasing wizard involvement in their affairs. First Dumbledore, then others, Bane warned. Give wizards an opening, and they take the entire forest. This threat affects both our worlds, Harry countered. We need to combine knowledge, not stay isolated. Stellantis speaks wisdom, Megorian declared, ending the debate. The stars show cooperation as the only viable path. Dumbledore may enter our territory, under escort and for this purpose only. As preparations concluded, Harry sought out Astra, who had been unusually quiet during the discussions. You're worried, he observed, finding her by the small stream that ran through their settlement. She looked up from where she'd been tracing patterns in the water, a divination technique taught by her mother. The water shows paths diverging, she said softly. Yours leading increasingly toward the castle. Harry sat beside her. Just because I might study there doesn't mean I'm leaving the herd. Doesn't it? Her gaze met his, more vulnerable than he was accustomed to seeing. You're human, Stellantis. Eventually the human world will call you back fully. I'm Stellantis of the centaur herd, Harry insisted. That doesn't change just because I learn a different kind of magic. Astra didn't look convinced, but she smiled faintly. I hope you're right. The herd wouldn't be the same without you. After a pause, she added more quietly, I wouldn't be the same. Something warm and unfamiliar fluttered in Harry's chest at her words. At 12 and 10 respectively, they stood at the edge of changes neither fully understood yet. Before he could respond, a young centaur galloped up, interrupting the moment. Stellantis. Come quickly. Another tier has appeared. Heart racing, Harry followed the messenger to find Megorian and several elders already gathered at the northern edge of their territory. This tier resembled the first but pulsated with even greater instability, crackling energy scorching a wider area around it. It grows faster than the first, Sage observed worriedly. And there's a third, reported a scout, arriving breathlessly. Eastern boundary, near the old stone circle. Megorian's expression darkened. 3 tiers, forming a triangle around our settlement. This is no coincidence. Someone's targeting the herd specifically, Harry realized with growing alarm. Or something within our territory, Firenze suggested. Harry spent a restless night, his dreams filled with swirling voids and reaching shadows. He woke before dawn, senses alert to a subtle shift in the forest's energy. Something's coming, he told Firenze as they prepared to meet Dumbledore. Something from beyond the tiers. The Palomino centaur nodded grimly. Many felt it during night meditation. The stars shifted again, the hunter's bow now points directly at our settlement. They met Dumbledore at the arranged location, Hagrid accompanying him. The headmaster carried only his wand, having dispensed with his usual ornate robes in favor of simpler attire more suited to forest travel. 3 tiers now, Harry explained immediately. Forming a triangle around the herd's territory. Dumbledore's expression grew even more concerned. That confirms my worst fears. This is deliberate containment, magical encirclement. For what purpose? Firenze asked as they began moving toward the nearest tear. To isolate and extract, Dumbledore replied. Based on my research overnight, these tiers allow for energy transfer between realities. Someone is creating a closed system around your settlement, likely to funnel magical energy toward a specific purpose. Voldemort, Harry stated with certainty. He's trying to use the forest's magic to regenerate himself. Not just the forest's magic, Dumbledore corrected gravely. Your magic specifically, Harry. The magic of the boy who lived, enhanced by years of centaur training and forest attunement. This revelation sent a chill through Harry. How would he even know about my connection to forest magic? Quirrell would have reported what he witnessed during your confrontation, Dumbledore explained. And Voldemort has spies and informants throughout the wizarding world. Your unique development wouldn't remain secret forever. They reached the western tear to find it significantly larger than the previous day, now nearly the size of Hagrid. The swirling void beyond seemed darker, occasional flashes of crimson light pulsing within its depths. Blimey, Hagrid whispered. Never seen anything like it. Dumbledore approached cautiously, wand extended but not casting. Instead, he seemed to be sensing the tier's magical signature, his eyes half closed in concentration. Yes, he murmured after several minutes. Soul magic combined with cosmic drawing. Extremely advanced and incredibly dangerous. He turned to Firenze. Has anything unusual been brought into your territory recently? Any artifacts or materials not native to the forest? The centaur considered. Nothing significant. We've maintained stricter boundaries since the Ministry's attempted incursions. Stellantis? Dumbledore addressed Harry directly. You have unique sensitivity to forest energies. Have you noticed anything out of place? Even something small could be significant. Harry closed his eyes, extending his awareness through the forest as he'd learned to do over years of practice. The familiar hum of life surrounded him, trees, creatures, the subtle magic that permeated everything, but now interlaced with wrongness, like discordant notes in a previously harmonic melody. Then he felt it, a focal point of disturbance near the heart of their settlement. There's something, he said, eyes snapping open. Something buried beneath the council circle. It doesn't belong there. They returned to the settlement immediately, Harry leading them directly to the central clearing where the herd gathered for important meetings and star readings. Megorian and several elders joined them as Harry pinpointed the source of the disruption, a spot directly beneath the stone where he typically sat during councils. Here, he indicated. Something's under the ground, pulling at the forest's magic. At Megorian's nod, 2 centaurs began carefully digging at the spot. Less than 2 feet down, they uncovered a small object wrapped in black cloth. Don't touch it directly, Dumbledore warned as they extracted the bundle. When unwrapped with a stick, the object was revealed to be a small silver dagger, its blade inscribed with runes that seemed to shift and move when viewed directly. A focus point, Dumbledore identified immediately. The anchor for the triangulation spell creating the tiers. How did it get here? Megorian demanded, his tail swishing angrily. Someone placed it deliberately, Firenze said. Someone who had access to our settlement. Or something, Harry suggested, remembering his ability to communicate with forest creatures. Could an animal have been controlled or tricked into bringing it here? Entirely possible, Dumbledore agreed. Voldemort has demonstrated ability to possess animals when necessary. A chill ran through the gathering at this thought, the idea that the forest's own creatures might have been manipulated against them. How do we stop it? Harry asked, staring at the malevolent dagger. Destroying the focus should collapse the tears, Dumbledore theorized. But it must be done carefully. Disrupting such magic incorrectly could accelerate the process instead of halting it. Before further discussion could occur, a centaur scout galloped into the clearing. The tears are changing. Figures emerging. Harry grabbed his bow, joining Firenze, Bane, and several warrior centaurs as they raced toward the western tear. What they found confirmed their worst fears. The void had widened further, and shadowy, indistinct forms seemed to be pushing against some invisible barrier within it, attempting to break through. "They're coming," Harry whispered. "Whatever's on the other side wants in." "We need time," Dumbledore stated, having followed with surprising speed for his age. "The ritual to safely neutralize the focus is complex." Megorian immediately organized the herd's defense. Warriors positioned themselves near each tear, while those skilled in protective magic began reinforcing the natural boundaries of their territory. Stellantis, the herd leader, addressed Harry. "Your connection to forest magic may help strengthen our defenses. Work with Sage to channel protective energy along the settlement perimeter." For hours, Harry and the elderly healer moved methodically around their territory, awakening ancient wards carved into trees generations ago and infusing them with fresh power. Harry's unique ability to communicate with the forest itself proved invaluable, as ancient oaks responded to his requests by extending their roots to create natural barriers, and normally solitary magical creatures gathered to help patrol vulnerable areas. Meanwhile, Dumbledore studied the dagger with Firenze and several knowledgeable centaurs, preparing the counter-ritual that would disable it safely. "The timing must be precise," the headmaster explained. "When the 3 tiers reach perfect alignment with the focus point, we'll have a brief window to reverse the energy flow." "How brief?" Firenze asked. "Seconds," Dumbledore replied grimly. "And we'll only have one opportunity." By nightfall, preparations were complete, but the situation had deteriorated further. The shadowy figures within the tiers had become more distinct, some now recognizable as hooded forms reaching toward the barrier between realities. The forest between tiers had begun to wither visibly, trees dropping leaves and smaller plants shriveling as their magical essence was drained. "It's happening too quickly," Sage worried as she and Harry completed another reinforcement circuit. "The counter-ritual isn't ready, but the tiers grow more unstable by the hour." Harry's thoughts raced. There had to be a way to buy more time. Reaching out with his senses, he studied the pattern of energy flowing from the forest toward the tiers, observing how it seemed drawn most strongly from living things, plants, creatures, the centaurs themselves. An idea formed, dangerous, but possibly effective. "What if we give it something else to feed on?" he suggested. "Something with concentrated magic that might satisfy it temporarily." "Like what?" Sage asked. Harry hesitated before answering. "Me. My magic specifically. Dumbledore said Voldemort was targeting me anyway. If I channel my energy in a controlled way, I might be able to slow the drain from everything else." "Absolutely not," Firenze declared when Harry proposed his plan to the gathered leaders. "The risk is too great." "I agree," Dumbledore said firmly. "Offering yourself as magical sustenance would likely accelerate Voldemort's plans, not hinder them." But Harry remained convinced. "Not if I control how the energy flows. The forest has taught me how to direct magic precisely. I won't give my magic freely, I'll use it to create a false channel, a diversion." "It could work," Sage said slowly, surprising everyone. "Stellantis has demonstrated remarkable control. If anyone could maintain the necessary balance, it would be him." Debate erupted, but time was against them. The tiers continued to expand, and scouts reported the shadowy figures growing more substantial by the minute. Finally, Megorian silenced the arguments with a raised hand. The stars placed Stellantis in our care for a purpose. Perhaps this is it. He turned to Harry. You understand the danger? Harry nodded solemnly. I do. Then we will support your attempt, the herd leader decided. But at the first sign of danger to you personally, we intervene. Preparations moved swiftly. Harry positioned himself at the center of their settlement, directly above where the dagger had been buried. Sage and several other healers created a protective circle around him, while Dumbledore modified his counter-ritual to work in concert with Harry's effort. Channel, don't sacrifice, Firenze instructed Harry one final time. Guide the energy flow without becoming part of it. Harry nodded, his expression determined. I understand. As twilight deepened into true night, the tears reached critical instability. Flashes of crimson light pulsed more frequently from the void beyond, and the shadowy figures pressed more insistently against the weakening barrier. It's time, Dumbledore announced. The alignment approaches. Harry sat cross-legged at the center of the protective circle, closing his eyes and sinking into the meditative state he'd perfected under centaur guidance. He extended his awareness outward, connecting with the forest's magic as he'd done countless times before. But this time, instead of simply sensing, he actively gathered the chaotic energy being pulled toward the tears, drawing it toward himself instead. The sensation was overwhelming, like trying to redirect 3 raging rivers simultaneously. Hold steady, Sage encouraged, observing the golden-green aura that had begun to surround Harry. You're succeeding. Indeed, monitors at the tiers reported the drain on forest life slowing, the shadowy figures receding slightly as their power source diminished. Dumbledore and the centaur elders began the counter-ritual, carefully manipulating the runed dagger with precise magical gestures. Ancient words in a language older than Latin filled the clearing, resonating with the forest's own magic. Harry maintained his concentration, sweat beading on his forehead as he channeled the destructive energy safely around the settlement. For several minutes, the strategy seemed to be working. Then something changed. Through his magical awareness, Harry sensed a new presence, a consciousness pushing against his barriers, a will attempting to follow the energy he controlled. Voldemort, he gasped, nearly losing his concentration. Hold firm, Firenze urged from nearby. Don't let him in. Harry reinforced his mental shields as Firenze had taught him, blocking the invasive presence while continuing to channel the tear energy. But Voldemort's attack intensified, probing for weaknesses with vicious precision. He's trying to possess me through the energy connection, Harry warned, his voice strained. Dumbledore's counter-ritual reached its crescendo, the dagger now hovering above the ground, surrounded by a complex web of magical energy. Almost there, the headmaster called. 30 more seconds. But Harry felt his control slipping as Voldemort redoubled his efforts, somehow detecting the counter-ritual's progress. With horrifying clarity, Harry realized the Dark Wizard would break through before Dumbledore finished. In that moment of crisis, Harry made an instinctive decision. Instead of continuing to merely channel the tear energy, he reached deeper into the forest itself, calling on the ancient magic of the Forbidden Forest in a way he never had before. I need your help, he projected to the forest consciousness he'd come to know over years of communication with its creatures and plants. All of you. Together. The response was immediate and overwhelming. Energy surged from every direction, from ancient trees and humble moss, from unicorns and thestrals, from the very soil itself. Not chaotic destruction like the tear energy, but willing cooperation, the forest answering its friend's call. Harry became the conduit for this unified forest magic, directing it against Voldemort's invasion with the precision of an archer loosing the perfect shot. The Dark Wizard's presence recoiled as if burned, retreating momentarily. Now! Harry shouted to Dumbledore. The headmaster brought the counter-ritual to completion with a final, complex wand movement. The dagger shattered into dust, releasing a shockwave of magical energy that rippled outward through the forest. At the three tiers, witnesses reported extraordinary sights, the void portals seeming to collapse in on themselves, the shadowy figures within howling in silent rage as they were pulled back into whatever realm they'd attempted to emerge from. In the settlement clearing, Harry remained the focal point of forest energy for several seconds longer, ensuring the tiers closed completely. Then, as the immediate danger passed, he carefully released the connection, allowing the magic to return to its natural flow. The effort left him drained but exhilarated. As he opened his eyes, he found the entire herd staring at him in astonishment. "What?" he asked, suddenly self-conscious. "You were glowing," Astra informed him, her eyes wide. "Not just an aura, actual light, like a star brought to Earth." Dumbledore approached, his expression a mixture of amazement and concern. "What you just did, Harry, it should have been impossible. No single wizard, not even Voldemort at his height of power, could channel that much magical energy without being consumed by it." "I didn't do it alone," Harry explained, struggling to find words for what he'd experienced. "The forest helped. Everything in it contributed willingly." "Unprecedented," Megorian murmured. "Even in our oldest records." As the immediate crisis subsided, assessment teams reported from the tear locations. All three had indeed closed completely, though they'd left behind circular areas of dead vegetation that would take seasons to recover. More concerning were the lingering traces of dark magic, residue of Voldemort's attempted incursion. "He'll try again," Harry said with certainty as they discussed next steps. "Maybe not the same way, but he won't give up." "No, he won't," Dumbledore agreed. "But tonight's events demonstrate something he failed to anticipate, the power of magical cooperation. What you achieved, Harry, by uniting the forest's magic, represents exactly what Voldemort cannot understand or replicate." The following days brought gradual recovery to the forest. Plants began to heal, creatures returned to normal patterns, and the stars, according to centaur divination, showed more balanced alignments. But subtle changes remained, a heightened awareness throughout the forest, as if the collective response to threat had awakened something long dormant. Most noticeably, magical creatures that normally avoided each other now coexisted with surprising harmony. Thestrals flew alongside hippogriffs, botruckles shared trees with fairies, and even the acromantulas kept to agreed boundaries with unprecedented reliability. "The forest remembers what you did," Firenze explained to Harry as they observed these changes. "Your call for unity resonated beyond the immediate crisis." 1 week after the Tyr incident, Dumbledore returned to the settlement by invitation, historic first, as the Centaurs had never before formally welcomed a wizard to their council. "The purpose, Harry's future. Your 11th birthday approaches," Megorian stated once the council gathered. "Traditionally, this marks when human magical children begin formal wand training." Harry nodded, feeling the weight of all eyes upon him. "I want to learn wand magic," he confirmed. "But not at the expense of everything I've learned here." "Nor should it be," Dumbledore agreed. "What you demonstrated during the crisis, Harry, was the value of magical integration, centaur wisdom and forest attunement combined with innate wizarding power. To force you to choose between these traditions would be tragically short-sighted. What do you propose?" Firenze asked. Dumbledore outlined an unprecedented arrangement. Harry would attend Hogwarts for core magical subjects requiring wand instruction, but maintain residence with the centaur herd. Transportation between forest and castle would utilize a carefully controlled port-key system, and his schedule would accommodate continued centaur teachings. Additionally, the headmaster added, "I believe certain centaur instructors might occasionally share their knowledge at Hogwarts, perhaps as visiting experts in astronomy or divination, subjects where centaur wisdom far exceeds typical wizarding approaches." This suggestion caused a stir among the gathered centaurs. Never in known history had centaurs formally taught at Hogwarts. The ministry would object strenuously, Bane pointed out. "The ministry has no authority over Hogwarts curriculum," Dumbledore replied with the faintest twinkle in his eye. "A fact I find myself increasingly grateful for." Discussion continued for hours, addressing practical concerns and potential conflicts. Harry listened attentively, occasionally offering input but mostly allowing the elders to work through the complex implications. One question from Sage cut to the heart of the matter: what of Stellantis's safety among wizard kind? Many will not understand or accept his centaur upbringing. A valid concern, Dumbledore acknowledged. Harry's return to wizarding society will undoubtedly cause sensation. His status as the boy who lived, combined with his unique background, will attract attention both welcome and unwelcome. I'm not afraid, Harry stated firmly. I've faced Voldemort twice now. I can handle staring and gossip. It may be more than staring, Firenze warned. Some, like the ministry official Umbridge, actively work against centaur-wizard cooperation. Your very existence challenges their worldview. Then it needs challenging, Harry replied simply. As the council neared conclusion, Megorian addressed Harry directly. Stellantis of our herd, the stars guided you to us for purpose. That purpose now appears to include bridging our worlds in ways never before attempted. Do you accept this responsibility? Harry stood, feeling the significance of the moment. I do. The forest and the herd are my family. Nothing will change that, even as I learn new magic. Then we support your dual path, the herd leader declared. May the stars guide your journey. With the centaurs' agreement secured, practical preparations began. Dumbledore arranged for Harry to visit Diagon Alley for his school supplies, accompanied by Hagrid as both protection and guide to the wizarding world. The night before this excursion, Harry found himself unable to sleep, excitement and apprehension battling within him. He wandered to the small stream running through the settlement, a place he often sought for quiet reflection. To his surprise, Astra was already there, staring into the water's reflection of the starry sky. Couldn't sleep either, he asked, settling beside her. She shook her head. The water shows change accelerating. Paths diverging and converging in patterns too complex to fully interpret. Are you worried about me going to Hogwarts? Harry asked directly. Astra considered before answering. Yes and no. I worry the human world will pull you away from us. But I also see that your path must include both worlds. She turned to face him fully. The herd needs you as a bridge, Stellantis. The forest needs you. And what about you? Harry asked, surprising himself with his directness. Do you need me too? Even in the moonlight, he could see color rise in her cheeks. At 12 and 10 respectively, they stood at the edge of feelings neither fully understood yet, complicated further by their different species. She began, then smiled slightly. Stars, moon, and earth need each other to maintain balance. So yes, I need you too, in the way the moon needs both stars to guide it and earth to orbit. It wasn't a simple answer, but it felt right for who they were, neither fully children anymore, but not yet adults, navigating a connection as unique as Harry's dual heritage itself. They sat in comfortable silence for a while, watching the stars and listening to the forest's night sounds. Despite the uncertainties ahead, Harry felt a deep sense of rightness about his path forward. The following morning, Harry prepared for his first foray into the wizarding world since his confrontation with Quirrell. He dressed in the practical forest clothing he'd grown accustomed to, though Firenze had suggested he might want wizarding robes for Diagon Alley. Let them see me as I am, Harry had decided. No pretending. He carried few possessions, his bow remained behind as too conspicuous, but he kept his pouch of healing herbs, the hold stone Astra had given him years ago, and a small centaur carving that served as his personal identifier within the herd. The entire settlement gathered to see him off, many offering traditional centaur blessings for journeys. Even Bane stepped forward with grudging approval. Remember your training, Stellantis, the dark centaur instructed. Observe before acting. Trust your instincts. And never reveal all you know. Harry nodded, accepting the wisdom. I'll make the herd proud. You already have, Megorian assured him. As Harry prepared to leave with Hagrid, who waited at the forest boundary, Astra approached with one final gift, a thin leather cord strung with a small crystal that seemed to contain a miniature star. A fragment of the night sky, she explained as she tied it around his wrist. To remind you where you belong when the human world grows loud. Harry thanked her, unable to find adequate words for what the gesture meant to him. With final farewells, he jogged toward the waiting Hagrid, excitement building for this next chapter of his journey. Diagon Alley proved as overwhelming as Harry had anticipated. The crowded, noisy street with its shops selling everything from wands to cauldrons to live owls assaulted senses attuned to forest rhythms. People stared at his unusual clothing and confident bearing, whispers following in his wake even before anyone recognized who he was. Just stick close, Hagrid advised as they navigated the crowd. Got your Hogwarts letter? Harry patted his pocket where Dumbledore had provided his official invitation, complete with supply list. Their first stop was Gringotts, where the revelation of Harry's substantial inheritance left him momentarily stunned. The concept of wealth measured in gold coins rather than knowledge or natural resources seemed foreign after years with the Centaurs. The real commotion began at Ollivander's, where the wandmaker recognized Harry immediately. "Mr. Potter," the silver-eyed man breathed. "I've been expecting you." His gaze sharpened with interest. "But you come to me, changed from what I anticipated. The forest has marked you." "I live with the centaur herd in the Forbidden Forest," Harry stated simply, seeing no reason for secrecy. This declaration, overheard by other customers, spread through Diagon Alley like wildfire. By the time Harry emerged with his new wand, Holly and Phoenix Feather, which Ollivander noted as the brother to Voldemort's, a small crowd had gathered outside. Questions flew from all directions. Is it true you were raised by centaurs? Can you really talk to animals? Did you really fight you-know-who in the Forbidden Forest? Harry handled the attention with calm dignity, neither confirming nor denying specific rumors while making it clear he considered the centaurs his family and teachers. Hagrid eventually shepherded him away, grumbling about nosy Parker reporters from the Daily Prophet who had appeared with magical cameras. "You'll be front-page news tomorrow," the groundskeeper predicted as they completed their shopping. Dumbledore warned this might happen. "It doesn't matter," Harry replied, though he found the attention discomforting after years of forest privacy. "People can think what they want. I know who I am." The journey back to the Forbidden Forest felt like returning to sanity after chaos. As he crossed the boundary with his new school supplies, Harry felt the familiar magic welcome him home, the tension in his shoulders easing immediately. Firenze met him halfway to the settlement. "How was your first experience of wizard commerce?" Harry laughed. "Loud. Crowded. Confusing." He held up his wand. "But I got what I needed." In the days that followed, news of Harry Potter's unusual upbringing indeed exploded across the wizarding world. The Daily Prophet ran sensational headlines like, "Boy Who lived raised by centaurs," and "Potter's wild upbringing, hero or feral child." More concerning were the political reactions. Dolores Umbridge issued public statements expressing grave concern about the welfare of a wizard child subjected to creature influence, while Lucius Malfoy, a prominent ministry figure, called for investigation into possible magical creature enchantment of the Potter heir. Dumbledore countered these narratives masterfully, arranging for Harry to demonstrate his magical abilities for a select committee of Hogwarts governors. Harry's unique blend of forest magic and natural wizarding power impressed even the most skeptical observers, particularly when he healed a severely injured owl brought in as a test. "Remarkable control and sensitivity," Professor McGonagall commented afterward. "Unlike anything I've seen in a first-year student." As September 1st approached, final arrangements solidified. Harry would attend the traditional sorting ceremony and feast, then return to the forest for his first night. Subsequent days would follow a specialized schedule allowing for both Hogwarts classes and continued centaur teachings. The night before his first official day at Hogwarts, Harry participated in a traditional centaur blessing ceremony. The entire herd gathered under the stars, where Megorian led a ritual acknowledging Harry's dual path. Stellantis walks between worlds by design of stars, the herd leader intoned, marking Harry's forehead with a mixture of forest herbs and starlight-blessed water. May his journey strengthen both realms through understanding. The ceremony concluded with each centaur offering a personal message or gift. Sage gave Harry a small pouch of healing herbs that would remind human healers what they've forgotten. Bane, surprisingly, presented a carved horn whistle that would call forest allies in moments of need. When Astra's turn came, she stepped forward with unusual formality, though her eyes held the warmth Harry had come to cherish. The stars say you will face 3 challenges this coming year, she told him. One of identity, one of loyalty, and one of power. Remember that balance requires all parts of yourself, not just those the moment demands. Harry nodded, accepting both the prophecy and the small star chart she handed him, marked with constellations significant to his personal journey. Finally, Firenze presented what appeared to be an ordinary wooden bracelet. Not all magic requires wands, he reminded Harry. When wizard methods fail, remember what the forest has taught you. The following morning, Harry dressed in his new Hogwarts robes for the first time, the unfamiliar fabric strange against his skin after years of practical forest clothing. Beneath them, however, he wore the centaur amulets and carried his forest pouches, visible reminders of his dual heritage. Hagrid escorted him to King's Cross Station in London, where Harry encountered the magical platform 9 3/4 and the Scarlet Hogwarts Express. The crowd of students and parents stared openly as word spread of his identity and unusual background. Harry had prepared himself for this attention, maintaining the calm-centeredness his centaur training had instilled. When curious students approached with questions, he answered politely but briefly, neither embarrassed by nor overly explaining his forest upbringing. On the train, he found a compartment with a red-haired boy who introduced himself as Ron Weasley and seemed both fascinated and slightly intimidated by Harry's background. "Is it true you can talk to animals?" Ron asked after they'd settled in. "Some," Harry acknowledged. "It's not exactly talking, more like understanding their intentions and communicating mine." "Wicked," Ron breathed. "Can you show me?" Harry hesitated, then nodded toward Ron's pocket where he'd noticed movement. "Your rat is hungry and a bit anxious about the train noise." Ron's eyes widened as he pulled Scabbers from his pocket. "How did you know I had a rat? And how could you tell he's hungry?" "His energy signature," Harry explained, though he noted something odd about the rat that he couldn't quite place. "Living things project their needs and states if you know how to sense them." Their conversation was interrupted by a bushy-haired girl named Hermione Granger, who recognized Harry immediately from her extensive reading. "You're Harry Potter," she exclaimed. "I've read all about you in modern magical history and the rise and fall of the dark arts and great wizarding events of the 20th century." Harry smiled slightly. "Those books probably don't mention I was raised by centaurs." "No, but the Daily Prophet articles did," Hermione replied excitedly. "Is it true centaurs can predict the future by reading stars? And that they practice wandless magic completely differently from wizards?" "Yes to both," Harry confirmed, finding her enthusiasm for knowledge refreshing compared to mere curiosity about his fame. Though their divination is more about patterns and possibilities than fixed predictions. The journey continued with more students stopping by their compartment, some clearly just wanting to gawk at the centaur boy, while others showed genuine interest in his unique background. Harry handled it all with the patience and observational skills Bane had drilled into him, noting potential allies and challenges among his future classmates. When the train finally arrived at Hogsmeade Station, Harry felt a surge of both excitement and apprehension. Hogwarts represented an entirely new chapter in his life, not replacing his centaur family, but expanding his world and knowledge in ways they had always encouraged. As first years crossed the lake in traditional fashion, Hogwarts Castle came into view, illuminated against the night sky. Harry felt an unexpected sense of connection. This place had featured in his visions and dreams for years, and now stood before him in reality. The sorting ceremony brought the moment Harry had both anticipated and dreaded. As Professor McGonagall called Potter, Harry, whispers erupted throughout the Great Hall. Students craned their necks to see the famous boy who lived, their curiosity intensified by the rumors of his unusual upbringing. Harry walked confidently to the stool, his posture and movement reflecting the forest grace his centaur life had instilled. As the sorting hat descended over his eyes, he heard a voice in his mind, fascinating, truly unprecedented, a mind shaped by centaur wisdom yet burning with human magic. Where to put you? Wherever I can best serve as a bridge between worlds, Harry thought in response. A bridge, yes. I see your purpose clearly. You possess courage beyond measure, intellect sharpened by stars, loyalty to your herd, and ambition to change perceptions. Truly you could fit any house, but your destiny requires. Gryffindor. The red and gold table erupted in cheers as Harry removed the hat and walked to join them. Ron Weasley, also sorted into Gryffindor, made room beside him with an enthusiastic grin. Knew you'd be with us. Ron exclaimed. Brave as they come, facing down you-know-who twice. Harry smiled, though he knew his placement had more to do with his role as a bridge than simple courage. Throughout the feast that followed, he observed his new housemates and the broader dynamics of the school, identifying potential connections and challenges as Firenze had taught him. The headmaster's eyes met his occasionally, a silent acknowledgement of the unprecedented path they had created together. As the meal concluded, Dumbledore made announcements including a curious warning about the third-floor corridor being off-limits to those who do not wish to die a very painful death. Harry's senses immediately sharpened. Something powerful resided there, he could feel its magical signature even at this distance, a concentrated energy unlike the castle's ambient magic. As students prepared to follow prefects to their dormitories, Professor McGonagall approached Harry. Mr. Potter, the headmaster has arranged for your return to the forest tonight as discussed. If you'll follow me. Curious whispers followed them as Harry left with the professor, who led him to Dumbledore's office where a specialized portkey awaited. Your schedule, McGonagall explained, handing him a parchment. Unlike other students, you'll divide your time between Hogwarts and your home in the forest. The portkey activates at specific times indicated here. Harry nodded, appreciating the careful arrangements. Thank you, Professor. I know this is unusual. McGonagall's stern expression softened slightly. Unusual indeed, but Albus believes, and I agree, that your unique background may prove valuable to us all. The wizarding world has grown too isolated from other magical traditions. With that surprisingly progressive statement, she activated the portkey. Harry felt the familiar pull behind his navel before landing precisely at the edge of Centaur territory where Firenze waited. Welcome home, Stellantis, the Palomino centaur greeted him. How was your first experience of Hogwarts? As they walked back to the settlement, Harry shared his observations and experiences, particularly his sorting and the curious third-floor restriction. The headmaster hides something powerful within the school, Firenze noted. Perhaps related to your confrontation with Voldemort last year. I thought the same, Harry agreed. I could feel its energy. When they reached the settlement, Harry found many centaurs still awake, eager to hear of his day. Astra in particular waited by his shelter, her expression a mixture of curiosity and concern. You've returned, she said simply when he approached. I said I would, Harry reminded her gently. Hogwarts is where I learn, but this is home. Her smile illuminated the night. Tell me everything. As Harry settled back into his forest shelter that night, the contrast between the castle's stone walls and the living branches above him felt symbolic of his dual existence. Yet rather than feeling torn between worlds, he experienced a growing certainty that his unique position served a greater purpose, one the stars had foreseen long before his birth. The days that followed established Harry's unprecedented routine. Mornings typically began in the forest with centaur teachings, advanced star reading, forest magic, or physical training, before a portkey transported him to Hogwarts for wizard classes. Evenings often brought him back to the forest, though some nights he remained at Hogwarts for astronomy lessons or special events. His unique schedule and background naturally set him apart from other students, but Harry gradually formed connections despite this. Ron Weasley became a steady companion during Hogwarts hours, fascinated by Harry's forest tales and refreshingly straightforward in his friendship. Hermione Granger, though initially overwhelming with her questions and book knowledge, soon revealed herself as someone Harry could genuinely respect, her thirst for learning matching his own, albeit from vastly different perspectives. The books say centaurs refuse to use wands because they consider them unnecessary crutches, she commented during one study session. Is that true? Partially, Harry explained. They can channel magic without focusing tools, but it's more about different magical traditions than superiority. Wands direct magic in specific ways suited to human needs and abilities. Such conversations helped Harry articulate the differences between his magical traditions, strengthening rather than diluting his connection to both. Challenges emerged as well. Certain Slytherin students, led by Draco Malfoy, made their disdain for Harry's creature upbringing loudly known. Professor Snape, the potions master, seemed to harbor particular animosity, though Harry's unusual herb knowledge occasionally appeared to catch him off guard. "Where did you learn to prepare aconite in that manner, Potter?" Snape demanded after watching Harry's unconventional but effective technique. "Sage, one of the centaur healers," Harry replied honestly. "They process it to reduce toxicity while maintaining magical potency." Snape's lip curled, but he offered no criticism of the results, merely moving to inspect other students' work with his usual cutting remarks. Outside Hogwarts, political pressures continued mounting. The Daily Prophet regularly featured opinion pieces questioning the wisdom of allowing a wizard child raised by creatures to attend Hogwarts normally. Dolores Umbridge pushed for ministry oversight of Harry's education, claiming concern for his proper wizarding development. Dumbledore masterfully deflected these attempts, often using Harry's impressive magical performance as evidence that his unique education enhanced rather than hindered his abilities. Mr. Potter demonstrates integration of magical knowledge that many full-grown wizards never achieve, the headmaster noted in one public statement. Perhaps we should be examining what wizarding education might learn from centaur teachings, rather than the reverse. As October arrived, Harry's attention increasingly focused on the mystery of the third-floor corridor. His forest-attuned senses detected powerful magic emanating from the restricted area, and whispered conversations among teachers confirmed his suspicion that something valuable was being protected. "Whatever Fluffy's guarding, it's got to be important," Ron speculated one evening as they discussed the three-headed dog they'd accidentally discovered during an ill-advised exploration. "Fluffy?" Harry repeated with amusement. "That's what Hagrid called it," Ron explained. "Said he bought him from a Greek chappie last year." Harry nodded thoughtfully. Cerberus figures in Greek mythology as a guardian of the underworld. Makes sense it would be used to guard something valuable. His calm analysis of the dangerous creature surprised his friends, until Hermione remembered his background. "Oh. I suppose after living with centaurs, a three-headed dog isn't that shocking." "The forest contains many magical creatures," Harry acknowledged. "Including some at least as dangerous as Fluffy." What truly concerned Harry wasn't the dog but what it guarded. During his forest meditation sessions, he occasionally sensed disturbances in the magical flow around Hogwarts, similar to the Tyr incident but subtler, as if someone were testing defenses. "Something's happening at the school," he reported to Forenza during their regular star reading lesson. "The same pattern that preceded Voldemort's attempt to return last year." The centaur nodded gravely. "The stars confirm your suspicion. Mars grows brighter again, and the thief constellation aligns with the seeker." Harry shared these concerns with Dumbledore during one of their periodic meetings. The headmaster listened attentively but provided only limited information. "The object Fluffy guards is indeed something Voldemort seeks," Dumbledore confirmed. "But multiple protections are in place, and I monitor the situation closely." "Is it the Philosopher's Stone?" Harry asked directly, having pieced together clues from various sources. Dumbledore's eyebrows rose slightly. "Your deductive abilities continue to impress, Harry." Yes, Nicholas Flamel entrusted his creation to Hogwarts protection after attempts were made to steal it from Gringotts. Voldemort still needs it to create a new body, Harry reasoned. He won't give up easily. No, he won't, Dumbledore agreed. Which is why vigilance remains essential. Your unique sensitivity to magical disturbances provides an additional layer of security I value greatly. As autumn deepened toward winter, Harry balanced his increasingly complex life, Hogwarts classes, centaur teachings, budding friendships, and vigilance against Voldemort's potential return. The contrast between his worlds became most apparent during the Halloween feast, when the grand celebration in the Great Hall coincided with the Centaurs' more solemn observance of Samhain. Harry attended the Hogwarts feast briefly before using his portkey to join the herd ceremony, a decision that raised eyebrows among students but which Dumbledore fully supported. Cultural traditions deserve respect, the headmaster noted when Professor McGonagall expressed concern about Harry's split attendance. Particularly those that connect us to magic's deeper rhythms. The Samhain ceremony with the Centaurs proved particularly significant that year. As the herd gathered in their sacred circle under stars partially obscured by gathering clouds, Harry sensed a shift in the forest's energy, a tension that reminded him of the moments before a thunderstorm. Something approaches, Sage murmured, her elderly eyes scanning the darkened trees. The veil between worlds thins tonight. Without warning, Harry's scar flared with pain, not the burning agony of direct contact with Voldemort, but a persistent, throbbing awareness. Standing abruptly, he turned toward Hogwarts, though the castle lay beyond sight through miles of forest. Danger at the school, he stated with absolute certainty. Megorian and Firenze exchanged concerned glances. The stars showed conflict tonight, the herd leader acknowledged. But centered here, not at the castle. Before further discussion could occur, a centaur scout galloped into the clearing. Intruders at the western boundary. Dark magic approaching rapidly. The timing couldn't be coincidence. Harry's mind raced, connecting patterns, a diversion at the forest to draw attention while something happened at Hogwarts. It's coordinated, he realized aloud. Voldemort or his servant strikes at both locations simultaneously. Go to your school, Megorian decided after a moment's consideration. The herd will defend our territory. Your warning may save lives at Hogwarts. Harry activated his emergency port key, provided by Dumbledore for precisely such situations, and materialized near the castle entrance. Immediately, he heard screaming from within. Racing through the corridors, he encountered panicked students fleeing from the direction of the dungeon level. Troll, someone shouted. Troll in the dungeons. Harry's mind worked rapidly. A troll couldn't enter Hogwarts accidentally, the castle's protections were too strong. Someone had let it in deliberately, likely as a distraction. The third floor, he muttered, changing direction and sprinting toward the forbidden corridor. When he arrived, his suspicions were confirmed. The door leading to Fluffy stood ajar, harp music drifting from within. Harry approached cautiously, drawing on forest magic to mask his presence as he peered inside. The massive three-headed dog lay sleeping, and the trapdoor beneath it stood open. Someone had already passed through. Harry hesitated only briefly before slipping inside. Unlike his previous encounter with the Philosopher's Stone's protections, he now faced these obstacles alone, without knowing who had preceded him. Moving silently past Fluffy, he dropped through the trapdoor, using forest magic to communicate with the devil's snare below just as he had the previous year. The plant parted willingly, allowing him safe passage to the next chamber. As he progressed through subsequent challenges, Harry noticed signs of someone having passed recently, disturbed flying keys, a chess set already conquered, an unconscious troll even larger than the one reportedly in the dungeons. In the potion riddle room, he found a crucial difference from his previous journey, the fire blocking the final chamber burned with unnatural intensity, and the logic puzzle had been altered. The potion vials were jumbled, their contents possibly switched. Harry didn't attempt the puzzle directly. Instead, he reached out with his unique magical sensitivity, feeling the energy signatures of each potion and the fire itself. The forest taught me patterns beyond wizarding logic, he murmured, selecting a potion based not on the riddle but on its magical resonance with the flames. Taking a deep breath, he drank the small vial and stepped through the fire. To his relief, he passed unharmed into the final chamber. There, facing the mirror of Ariste, stood Professor Quirrell, apparently recovered from his possession and destruction the previous year. Impossible, Harry breathed, causing the figure to whirl around. It wasn't Quirrell, he realized immediately. Though the appearance was identical, the magical signature was completely different. This was someone using Polyjuice Potion or another disguise. Potter, the false Quirrell snarled. How inconvenient. Who are you really? Harry demanded, maintaining distance between them. The impostor laughed coldly. Does it matter? I serve the Dark Lord, as did the man whose face I wear. He failed. I will not. Harry assessed the situation quickly. Unlike his previous confrontation, he now had a year of wizarding education alongside his forest magic. Drawing his wand, he prepared for both magical traditions as needed. Voldemort can't return, he stated firmly. Whatever you're trying to accomplish here, it won't work. Brave words from a child raised by beasts, the impostor sneered, turning back to the mirror. Now be silent while I determine how to extract the stone from this clever device. Harry watched as the disguised servant muttered to himself, trying various positions and incantations before the mirror. The reflection showed only what the viewer most desired, Harry remembered, and last year, it had somehow transferred the Philosopher's Stone to him because his desire had been protection, not possession. An idea formed. If he could distract the impostor long enough to position himself before the mirror. Drawing on his centaur training, Harry moved with deliberate noise to one side, as if attempting to flank his opponent. As expected, the false Quirrell spun to track him, momentarily abandoning the mirror. What game are you playing, boy? No game, Harry replied, continuing his movement pattern. Just wondering how Voldemort found another willing host after destroying the last one. Rage flashed across the impostor's borrowed features. The Dark Lord rewards faithful service. Quirrell was weak, I am not. While the disguised servant ranted, Harry carefully maneuvered closer to the mirror, needing just a moment's clear view. The impostor realized his intention too late, lunging forward just as Harry caught his reflection. In the mirror, Harry saw himself holding the Philosopher's Stone, just as before. His reflection winked and placed the stone in his pocket, and Harry felt the weight materialize exactly as it had the previous year. No! The impostor screamed, seeming to sense what had happened. He grabbed for Harry, but this time Harry was prepared. Combining wandless forest magic with the wizard spells he'd learned at Hogwarts, Harry created a shield unlike anything taught in either tradition, a barrier that drew power from the castle itself while shaped by forest principles of deflection rather than direct opposition. The impostor's curse bounced off the shield, striking the chamber wall with explosive force. Stone fragments rained down as the room shook ominously. Who sent you? Harry demanded, maintaining his protection. How is Voldemort communicating with you? Instead of answering, the false Quirrell's face contorted with hatred. He warned me you were dangerous, unnatural in your magic. The Centaurs have created a monster, neither proper wizard nor beast. The accusation might once have wounded Harry, but years of centaur philosophy had taught him to recognize fear disguised as hatred. This servant feared what he couldn't understand, magic that bridged traditions rather than enforcing their separation. Your master fears cooperation between magical beings because it's the one power he can never possess, Harry stated with calm certainty. Voldemort can only dominate, never collaborate. That's his fundamental weakness. The impostor's expression shifted suddenly, a calculating look replacing rage. Perhaps we needn't be enemies, Potter. The Dark Lord appreciates unusual talent. Your unique abilities could be valuable. Join him, and your forest friends would be protected under his new regime. Harry nearly laughed at the transparent attempt. Voldemort would never share power with those he considers beneath him. You can't even speak his name without trembling. The false quarrel's facade cracked further. You dare. Their confrontation was interrupted by the chamber entrance flaring again. Dumbledore stepped through the flames, his power radiating in waves that made the very air vibrate. "Ah," the headmaster said with deceptive mildness. "I thought I might find both of you here." The impostor's face contorted with fury and fear. Before either Harry or Dumbledore could act, he pointed his wand not at them but at the chamber ceiling, unleashing a blasting curse of extraordinary power. "If I cannot have the stone, no one shall," he screamed as massive stone blocks began to fall. Harry reacted instinctively, expanding his protective shield to cover both himself and Dumbledore. The headmaster simultaneously cast his own spell, temporarily freezing the falling debris in midair. In the confusion, the impostor activated some form of escape magic, not apparition, which Hogwarts wards prevented, but something equally effective. His form blurred and vanished through a momentary tear in reality similar to those that had threatened the forest. "Quickly, Harry," Dumbledore urged as his spell began to fail. "We must retreat." Together they rushed back through the flame door just as the chamber collapsed behind them. Through the subsequent obstacles they hurried, Dumbledore neutralizing each challenge with impressive efficiency. Only when they reached safety beyond the third-floor corridor did Harry remember the stone in his pocket and the threat to the forest. "Professor, the centaurs, they were under attack too. Part of a coordinated plan." Dumbledore's expression grew concerned. "Can you sense anything through your connection to the forest?" Harry closed his eyes, reaching out with the awareness he'd developed over years of forest attunement. To his relief, he detected no immediate danger. "The attack seems to have ended," he reported. "But I should return to make sure." "First, the stone," Dumbledore reminded him. Harry withdrew the Philosopher's Stone from his pocket, the blood-red crystal glowing with internal light. "It came to me from the mirror, just like last year." "Because your desire remained pure," Dumbledore noted, accepting the stone with careful hands. "Not to use it, but to protect it." After ensuring the stone's security and reporting the troll situation resolved, apparently handled by Professors McGonagall and Flitwick, Harry returned to the forest via his emergency port key. He arrived to find the herd recovering from their own battle. According to Megorian, dark-robed wizards had attempted to breach their territory from multiple directions simultaneously. "They sought something specific," the herd leader explained, "targeting our sacred circle and attempting to capture rather than kill." "Looking for me, most likely," Harry suggested grimly. "Or for knowledge of what happened during our counter-ritual against the Tears." "Both, perhaps," Firenze agreed. "The attack was well coordinated but withdrawn precisely when you confronted the impostor at Hogwarts." This confirmation of coordination troubled Harry deeply. Voldemort gains allies and refines his strategy. He's learning from past failures. The dual attacks galvanized both Hogwarts and the Centaur herd to strengthen their respective defenses. More significantly, it catalyzed unprecedented cooperation between them. Dumbledore and Megorian established regular communication channels, while Firenze began occasionally visiting Hogwarts to consult with the headmaster on magical security matters. For Harry, the incidents crystallized his unique role as bridge between worlds. Neither fully wizard nor centaur, he drew strength from both traditions while being limited by neither. This integration of magical approaches proved crucial when, weeks later, the cosmic imbalance affecting the forest suddenly intensified. It began with a midnight meteor shower of unusual brilliance. Harry, participating in the centaurs' observation from their settlement clearing, felt a disturbing resonance in his scar as the celestial light streaked overhead. "Something's wrong," he murmured to Firenze. "These aren't ordinary shooting stars." The Palomino centaur nodded grimly. "The heavens bleed, Stellantis. What you see are fragments of magical boundaries breaking down." Within days, the effects became impossible to ignore. Plants throughout the forest withered despite being in season. Magical creatures exhibited unusual behavior, unicorns gathering in defensive herds, thestrals flying in tight, protective formations, even the normally solitary acromantulas clustering closer to their colony center. At Hogwarts, similar disturbances manifested differently, staircases moving erratically, portraits temporarily losing animation, spells producing unpredictable results in classrooms. It's as if magic itself grows unstable, Professor Flitwick commented worriedly after a simple levitation charm caused a feather to explode rather than float. Harry's unique position allowed him to observe both manifestations of the crisis and recognize their connection. During a hastily arranged meeting in Dumbledore's office, attended by both wizard professors and Forenza representing the Centaurs, he shared his insights. "It's all one problem," he explained. "The cosmic energy that feeds all magic, what centaurs read in stars and wizards channel through wands, is being disrupted somehow." "By Voldemort?" McGonagall asked skeptically. "Indirectly," Harry suggested. "His attempts to return to physical form have damaged natural magical flows. Think of it like damming a river, block it in one place, and flooding occurs elsewhere." Dumbledore stroked his beard thoughtfully. "Your analogy has merit, Harry. Tom's unnatural methods of preserving his consciousness after his body's destruction violate fundamental magical principles. The cosmos itself may be responding. But why now?" Professor Sprout wondered. "You know who fell a decade ago." "Because he actively seeks return," Forenza answered. "The stars show increasing attempts to breach the barrier between life and death, each more disruptive than the last." The discussion continued for hours, with representatives from both magical traditions sharing observations and theories. By its conclusion, all agreed on the severity of the threat, not just from Voldemort directly, but from the growing cosmic imbalance his actions triggered. In the days that followed, Harry divided his time between Hogwarts and the forest, seeking solutions from both magical traditions. With Ron and Hermione's help, he researched wizarding accounts of magical disruptions in the Hogwarts library. Among the Centaurs, he participated in intensive star-reading sessions aimed at identifying patterns in the cosmic disturbance. As midwinter approached, a breakthrough came from an unexpected source, Astra's water divination. The young female centaur had been studying reflections in forest pools, a specialized form of divination practiced by her mother's lineage. "The water shows convergence," she reported excitedly when Harry returned to the settlement one evening. 3 points of power that must unite to restore balance." She showed him the pattern she'd observed, 3 distinct magical signatures that somehow needed to work in concert. "The first is here," she indicated the forest on her charted pattern. "Natural magic in its purest form. The second is here," she pointed to what clearly represented Hogwarts, structured magic shaped by human will. "And the third?" The third point lay between them, not physically but magically, a nexus where both traditions could meet and blend. "That's you, Stellantis," Astra concluded. "Your magic bridges the divide. You're the conduit through which balance can be restored." Harry brought this insight to Dumbledore, who nodded thoughtfully after hearing the divination. "It aligns with what I've suspected," the headmaster confirmed. "Your unique magical development makes you ideally suited to address this crisis. Neither purely wizard nor centaur in your approach, you naturally integrate traditions that have grown too separate. But how exactly do I use that to fix cosmic imbalance?" Harry asked, the enormity of the task settling on his shoulders. "I believe," Dumbledore said carefully, "it involves establishing a new kind of magical connection, a channel that allows energy to flow harmoniously between traditions rather than competing or remaining isolated." With this theory as guidance, preparations began for an unprecedented magical working. The Centaurs identified the winter solstice, when natural magical energies reached their seasonal turning point, as the optimal timing. Hogwarts, with its ancient foundations and position at a magical confluence, would provide the wizard anchor point. Harry, as the bridge between traditions, would need to channel both simultaneously, a magical feat never before attempted. As the solstice approached, Harry intensified his training in both traditions. At Hogwarts, Professors Flitwick, McGonagall, and even the reluctant Snape provided advanced instruction in magical control and channeling. In the forest, Firenze, Sage, and other knowledgeable centaurs helped him deepen his connection to natural energies. The night before the solstice, as final preparations concluded, Astra sought Harry out at his forest shelter. "The water shows danger accompanying opportunity tomorrow," she told him without preamble. "Your path walks the edge between restoration and greater damage." Harry nodded, having sensed the same risk himself. Balance never comes without cost. Just. Astra hesitated, then continued with unusual directness, "Come back to us, Stellantis. Whatever happens." Her concern touched him deeply. "I will," he promised. The forest is home. The solstice dawned clear and bitingly cold, the forest glittering with frost under a pale winter sun. At Hogwarts, preparations had been ongoing through the night, with most students sent home early for holidays to allow the working to proceed without interference. The ritual would take place at sunset, when day and night balanced momentarily at midwinter. Harry spent the intervening hours in meditation, centering himself between his magical traditions as he would soon need to center between physical locations. As the appointed time approached, he positioned himself at a carefully selected point where the forest met Hogwarts grounds, physically at the boundary while magically connected to both. Dumbledore, McGonagall, and several other professors formed a semicircle on the Hogwarts side, while Megorian, Firenze, and key centaurs arranged themselves in a mirroring formation from the forest. "The alignment approaches," Megorian announced as the sun touched the horizon. "Stars emerged to witness." "Hogwarts magic stands ready," Dumbledore confirmed from the castle side. Harry took his place at the focal point between them, dressed not in wizard robes nor centaur attire but a unique blend he'd created for the occasion, practical forest garments underneath an open Hogwarts robe, symbolizing his dual nature. Around his neck hung a special amulet crafted by both traditions, a Hogwarts crystal infused with starlight, suspended on a cord woven from forest materials. His wand remained holstered at his side, available but not central to the working. "I stand between worlds by design of stars and choice of heart," Harry declared, using the formal cadence centaurs favored for significant occasions. "Today I serve as bridge rather than barrier, flow rather than dam." As the sun's final light faded, he raised his hands, left toward the forest, right toward the castle. Closing his eyes, Harry extended his magical awareness in both directions simultaneously, a feat that would have been impossible without his years of dual training. On the forest side, he connected with the ancient, primal magic that flowed through root and branch, star and stone. On the castle side, he reached for the structured power shaped by centuries of wizard intent and purpose. Both responded to his call, energy flowing toward him from opposite directions. When the magics met within him, the sensation nearly overwhelmed Harry's consciousness. Two fundamental forces, so long separate, sparked and clashed like opposing storm fronts. Pain lanced through his body as he struggled to hold them in balance rather than allowing one to dominate. Guide rather than control, he heard Firenze's voice, though whether actually spoken or remembered, he couldn't tell. Harry adjusted his approach, no longer trying to force harmony but instead becoming a channel through which both traditions could recognize their shared essence. Like water finding its natural course, the magics began to flow together rather than against each other. A visible manifestation of this blending appeared as golden-green light spiraling around Harry, extending outward in both directions, toward forest and castle alike. Where it touched, withered plants revived, magical disturbances settled, and a sense of rightness returned to the environment. The assembled witnesses watched in awe as the light expanded, forming a bridge-like structure of pure magical energy that linked Hogwarts and the Forbidden Forest more directly than they had been in centuries. Then, just as success seemed assured, Harry sensed another presence attempting to interrupt the working, a dark, corrupt force probing the newly established connection. "Voldemort," he gasped, recognizing the magical signature. "He's trying to use our bridge." The Dark Wizard had apparently been waiting for precisely this moment, when cosmic energies aligned and a channel opened that he could exploit. Harry felt Voldemort's corrupt power attempting to siphon energy from the bridge, disrupting the delicate balance he'd established. In this moment of crisis, Harry made an instinctive decision. Rather than breaking the connection, which would surrender their progress against the cosmic imbalance, he transformed his role from passive channel to active defender. Drawing on both centaur and wizard training, Harry created a magical barrier within the flow itself, not blocking energy, but filtering it, allowing only harmonious forces to pass while rejecting Voldemort's corrupt influence. Not this time, Harry projected through the magical connection, directly addressing the presence he sensed. This bridge serves balance, not domination. He felt Voldemort's rage as the Dark Wizard's attempt failed, the filtering barrier preventing him from corrupting the working. For a moment, Harry sensed another attempt forming, more desperate, more destructive, but then Dumbledore added his considerable power to Harry's defense, and the presence retreated. With the immediate threat neutralized, Harry refocused on completing the original purpose. The solstice moment had passed, but the channel remained viable. With renewed concentration, he guided the blended energies to the points of greatest disturbance, the areas where cosmic imbalance had manifested most severely. Like water flowing into parched earth, the harmonized magic restored balance wherever it reached. In the forest, plants revived and magical creatures calmed. At Hogwarts, enchantment stabilized and magical anomalies resolved. Between them, the newly established bridge pulsed with golden green light, a visible manifestation of traditions united rather than divided. As the working concluded, Harry gradually released the direct connection while ensuring the bridge remained. When he finally opened his eyes, he found himself kneeling on ground that had been frozen but now showed green shoots emerging despite midwinter cold. Dumbledore approached from the Hogwarts side, while Firenze came forward from the forest. Both looked at Harry with similar expressions of wonder and concern. "You succeeded beyond expectation," Dumbledore said softly, helping Harry to his feet. "And defended against Tom's intrusion with remarkable skill. The stars will sing of this night for generations," Firenze added, his blue eyes reflecting the golden green light that continued to suffuse the area. Harry nodded tiredly, his magical reserves nearly depleted by the extraordinary effort. "The bridge needs to be maintained," he managed to explain. "Not just today, but ongoing, a permanent connection between traditions." "Yes," Dumbledore agreed. "I believe that was always the star's intention in guiding you to the centaurs, Harry. Not merely for your personal growth, but to heal a division in the magical world that has persisted far too long." "A division Voldemort exploited," Firenze observed. "And will continue to exploit if given opportunity." In the days that followed, as Harry recovered from the magical exertion, the effects of the solstice working became increasingly evident. The forest flourished despite winter conditions, its magic flowing stronger and clearer than before. At Hogwarts, enchantments performed with greater reliability and potency, while the castle itself seemed somehow more alive. Most significantly, communication between centaurs and wizards increased dramatically. The bridge Harry had established served not only as a magical conduit but as a symbolic connection that encouraged cooperation rather than isolation. Megorian agreed to Dumbledore's long-standing invitation for centaur representation in certain Hogwarts classes, beginning with Firenze occasionally guest-teaching advanced astronomy and divination sessions. In return, Professor Sprout shared wizard herbology techniques that complemented centaur plant knowledge. As Harry's 11th birthday approached, the official milestone when wizard children typically began formal magical education, the question of his future path resolved itself naturally. He would continue his unique arrangement, learning from both traditions while serving as living embodiment of their connection. "The stars guided you to us for this purpose," Megorian told him during a private conversation beneath the winter constellations. "Not to choose between worlds, but to unite them." At Hogwarts, Dumbledore expressed similar sentiments during their final meeting before summer break. "Your greatest strength, Harry, lies not in power but in perspective. You see harmony where others perceive only difference." As winter gave way to spring and then early summer, Harry found himself increasingly comfortable in his dual role. His friendships at Hogwarts deepened, particularly with Ron and Hermione, who had supported him through the year's challenges with unwavering loyalty. In the forest, his bond with the herd, especially Astra, grew stronger through shared experiences and challenges overcome together. The young female centaur had proven particularly insightful during the solstice working, her water divination providing crucial guidance. On Harry's last day of formal classes before summer, Professor McGonagall summoned him to her office. There, to his surprise, waited not only the stern Transfiguration teacher but also Dumbledore, Firenze, and Hagrid. "Mr. Potter," McGonagall began with unusual warmth, "we wish to acknowledge the extraordinary journey you've undertaken this year. Few students face the challenges you have," Dumbledore added, "and fewer still rise to meet them with such courage and wisdom." From a small chest, McGonagall withdrew an object wrapped in red and gold cloth. "This belonged to your father," she explained, handing it to Harry. "Albus has kept it safe until you were ready. I believe that time has come." Harry unwrapped the package to reveal a shimmering, silvery cloak unlike any material he'd ever encountered. "An invisibility cloak," Hagrid whispered unnecessarily, his eyes damp with emotion. "And not just any, that's been in your family for generations. Your father would be proud of how you found your path," Dumbledore said quietly. "Both your parents would." Harry ran his fingers over the fluid material, feeling a connection to his human heritage that complemented rather than competed with his centaur upbringing. "Thank you," he said simply, emotion making further words difficult. Later that evening, as Harry prepared to return to the forest for summer, Firenze shared news that completed the day's significance. Astra's mother had a vision, the Palomino centaur told him as they walked the now familiar path between castle and forest. "She believes the stars have confirmed your true name." In centaur tradition, true names often emerged through observation and divination rather than being chosen at birth. Though Harry had been called Stellantis, Star Walker, since joining the herd, centaur philosophy held that true names revealed themselves in time. "What name?" Harry asked curiously. "Pontifex," Firenze answered. "The bridge builder." Harry considered this, finding it fitted perfectly with his emerging identity and purpose. Not just Harry Potter, the boy who lived, nor only Stellantis of the centaur herd, but Pontifex, one who creates connections where division once stood. As they reached the herd settlement, where centaurs gathered to welcome him home for summer, Harry felt a profound sense of rightness. The path ahead remained challenging, with Voldemort still seeking return and magical society resistant to change, but his unique position between worlds now seemed less burden and more blessing. The stars overhead mirrored those reflected in the forest pools where Astra practiced her divination. Between them stood Harry, wizard student, centaur foster child, bridge builder, ready to face whatever the converging paths might bring. "Welcome home, Pontifex," Megorian greeted him, using the new name for the first time in public declaration. "The stars have guided you well." Harry smiled, accepting both name and destiny with quiet confidence. "It's good to be home." The end. Thank you for watching this video. Please be sure to subscribe to our channel and like this video.